So, we're back with the Railway Empire long play, and we beat the game's main campaign. It's pretty short, it's to the point. I imagine it was just to give you a feel out for the game before letting you play on free mode or chew through some of the scenarios. Now, we decided as a democracy that we're going to play through Gross Germany as our Perfect Hansa 2.0 in this game. But I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going to play through some of the scenarios. How many? I don't know. It'll be between 1 and 4. It's entirely possible the scenarios aren't very good. They weren't in Patrician 4, so I don't think I bothered with more than 2 of them. But maybe they're really good here. Who knows? We're going to start with the runner-up on the vote, Great Britain. They came so close, but they lost World War III to Germany. And if Great Britain proves to be a lot of fun, then I'm going to move on to some other ones. I think I want to do Down Under, and maybe Japan, certainly not America again, and Brazil. But let's go and see what the transport revolution of Great Britain has in store for us. The last years have seen an industrial progression of overwhelming magnitude. Streets and the canals have not been able to cope with the enormous requirements of the industrial centres anymore. Very well, we shall see to this. AI level on normal. I mean, I could bump up the AI, but it's just cheats for them. It's like, here's more money and cheaper everything for you. That's no fun. That's no fun way to do the AI. Especially if it means they're going to throw more money at me with covert actions. No thank you. But we must have realistic rail network and manual pause, because...
I certainly won't disappoint you.
Oh god, I have to play as you.
On it?
Fewer innovation points is going to hurt. Trisha Jones. I think we're going to keep Trisha Jones because we... well, I don't want to give you the name Rita. In fact, I don't really care about the names whatsoever. We'll jump right into it. South America has pretty fun scenarios, and they are not that easy, says Killjoy.
Stevenson.
Is that
Robert
so?
Stevenson. Pleased to meet you. As you might know, I am known for a certain expertise in building and handling steam locomotives, and I look forward to collaborating with you. One of the very first railway lines has been opened up between Manchester and Liverpool recently, unfortunately only on paper. Let us make these plans become reality.
Duck is saying that there are buttons to switch your character. Indeed, but you can't do it for the scenarios of the campaign. They're grayed out. You can use it in free play and sandbox mode, however. So this is the UK, as we know and love it. Well, we know it at least. Oh, sorry, the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. Although, what year is it? 1830. Well, sucks to be them any year of the... any year. Right, what do we have access to? Very little. We got a central strip of Ingerland here, including the Liverpudlians, Wrexham, Manchester, and Hull. It all sounds pretty grim to me. There are some good parts of Liverpool, for what it's worth. I was there not too long ago. Now, I'm unsure about what these scenarios are going to entail, because there's no task list here, and I couldn't find anything online that actually alluded to what the tasks are going to be for these scenarios. But we shall work through it accordingly. All we have to do is connect Manchester and Liverpool, and how hard could that be? Well, if I'm going to connect them, I'm going to connect them properly. I wouldn't mind a wee signalling station involved here as well, so that I could get some traffic that also goes down to Wrexham, and if it's unlocked later on, more of Wales. There's not much more of Wales, is there? And by God, if you want the fish off of Northern Wales, good luck with that. I could see myself wanting to go out down the bottom here. So. There's Manchester. There we go, just set you up there. Love me some signalling controls. Never leave home without them. I think if I shove you right about here, then I can easily make my little route between them. You got any funny or degrading names for people that live around the area? Oh, Manchester's had so many names going for it. You just take a word and add Chester to the end of it. Flat Chester, Gay Chester, Gun Chester. It's like whatever Manchester's up to, there was a somewhat degrading name for it. That said though, I mean, I grew up in the north of Scotland, so it's not like there was much to be known intimately about English things for me. Maybe that's why I don't know the names of all the Beatles.
With this railway line, we will finally make the railway accessible to the broad population. But it seems like the public and the investors are still reserved. As soon as we create more successful lines, this will change.
Have you stopped to think if we want people to find this accessible, my friend? Right, let's shove ourselves a good old supply station right in the middle of it. And I imagine... Oh, right, we need to achieve a certain balance with at least 8 active trains. So I do need to get things up and running here. Did that unlock more of the map? It did not. So I guess the challenge is to, with very little area, achieve some good dosh. But that's alright. Good dosh is what I do. What do we have available to us? The research tells me that it is mega early days. My god, a Rocket 022 at a blistering 22 kilometers per hour. We don't even have the John Bull 040. This is going to be rough. Oh well, that's what we have. That's what we're going to play with. Oh, I don't even have dining cars or mail cars for them. This is new. Oh well, get on with it. Just take us passengers and mail. Actually, you do meat and you do cider. I imagine that's the same as doing meat and beer in America. So, since I only have the one kind anyway, I'll just do an anything goes between them. Automatic. Clone the train. God, it's not even that cheap to clone. And we'll switch the direction of it. And that should be Gucci. Oh, I read about the opening of this particular line last week during an opening ceremony and the inauguration trip. All the VIPs on board it had the first ever high-profile railroad-related fatality. An MP got ran over by a locomotive. I would say how, but idiocy can be very impressive. Right, we got these set up, but oh wow, that blew through my capital like it wasn't even there. Starting to think I shouldn't have made fancy railway stations and instead made cheaper ones and connected them up. Much cheaper. In fact, I might just do that because we need capital and we need that capital flowing. I'll connect Leeds up to Gunchester here. I do have access to Leeds, right? Barely. But you could be like the northern route that heads up to Leeds there. That'll be alright. It's going to be quite interesting if this kicks my teeth in. One way or another, I gotta cross over this water. Crossing trains across water is highly enjoyable. Right, so you are simply going to connect up there as long as there's no additional train. There's a lot of earthworks if I do that though. Maybe I could follow the contours a little better. Should always do the tighter one first, and it doesn't like the tighter one. And I don't like spending money. The tighter I get this, the more manola I can make. Maybe I could just get rid of you altogether and save a fat load of money. I'm not feeling the savings that much. Oh well, this'll do. Dare I double line it? Double lining is always pricey. Whatever, we'll do it anyway. I will see to drawing more of a line out here when I expand this, but there's no need to do it right now. So just have it like so, slam down some supplies for them, and naturally signal it all up, and then realize that I accidentally the entire signal there. Oh, and that's even worse. I put down a whole load of signals, which I didn't mean to. Oh, well, I only put down one, thankfully. Switch it right around. There we go. And get ourselves a brand new train, as new as the Rocket is, and have that go between them. Manchester, Leeds, automatic. And you know what, I'll also clone you, why not? This is about getting annual income, I think, right? Or monthly income, or some kind of income. There we go. Waiting for clearance? Well, you'll get your clearance, so quit your belly aching. What are you carrying, by the way? Ah, you're carrying meat and cider. Well, look at these blistering paces we can go at. Can you feel the burn? Oh my. Not sure if you know this, but the 040 numbering on the trains define the number of leading, driving, and trailing wheels on trains respectively. I knew it was something to do with the wheels. What exactly, I didn't know, but now I do. And now I've forgotten. So, thanks for that. Now, cider is created from apples, as we all know, and ham is created by pigs. So I'm going to do well if I can find myself a pig farm or some apples to deliver to either of these places. And would you look at that, a whole lot of apples from the McCarthy estate. I would be doing good if I linked those up to Manchester post-haste. And I'll do exactly that, although this is getting very expensive already. Are you even going to connect in here the way I want you to? Doesn't really matter too much if they do or they don't, but I'm always a bit happier when they do. Because I'll find a way to get you in. Just gotta try to not eat all of the... Hold on, do the tighter turn first. There we go. And that means you should be able to come out nicely. Oh ho ho! Very, very good. Alright, and then all those apples are going to get turned into sweet cider. Cider's a pretty grim thing to drink, but I'd love to find some good cider someday. I'm sure it exists. Whenever you leave the McCarthy estate, be absolutely certain that you're fully packed. This is a nice thing in the game. No matter how much the times go on, they always pool 8 cartloads. Now, that might not be very reflective of reality, but it is pretty good from a game balance perspective. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A bit of mail, a bunch of passengers, and some glorious cider for them. Let's make sure this is all signaled up as well. There. And there. And sadly, you're going to need a supply tower as well. I want to keep it as far away from the junction as possible, so you're not going to clog this up. And carry on your merry way. I do like the 500 meter and beyond trains from Transport Fever. Yeah, but I don't like Transport Fever's performance. Maybe it's better by now, but I was just so turned off by it. You start up the game, the first thing you're going to do is build a big, well, you're going to build a line of track, and the game just heaves at the very idea of you trying to lay track. That's bizarre. That's even more bizarre than ActRaiser 2's first level. A critical newspaper article about your competitor and reduces their income. I'm not even sure if we have competitors here. We don't, but I would be surprised if they don't appear later on. It's all well and good, but average balance of 4,005. Well, how much are they making right now? Loss, nothing, loss, nothing, nothing. Great start. Start making me some money, guys. Actually, how are you failing to make me dosh like this? Are my tunes even playing here? There we go. I think I accidentally hit pause on them. A slight disappointment with this game. Well, maybe it's not that disappointing, but part of me goes, when I see it. But although the goods are different from what we saw in the USA, they are functionally the same. You have barley and fish instead of wheat and corn. Or maybe fish replaces wood. The pigs replace the cattle. Yeah, the apples replace the corn there. The ham just replaces the cattle meat. Cider replaces beer. tweed replaces the other kind of cloth that they had. Oh, there's the wood. And it's just a bit... The supply chains are functionally the same then. Fish does indeed replace wood. It's not even counted as food. You say that, but I swear I just saw wood on the listing there. Yeah, there we go. We still have wood, but maybe it's just moved down and used differently. Okay, there we go. Manchester Leeds 2 is making me big sacks of cash. I just need the other ones to do the same, and we are on easy street. I wonder if money's harder to make at this point. A reporter. What can you report? Oh, it's more about making damning letters about my competition, of which there is none. I can't imagine there's much demand for salt right now. No, salt is for the big boys. Wait, is salt even... Oh, wow. Salt from 110,000 people. How are they preserving their food till then? They don't really have refrigerators right now. Wood is food in the right scenarios. We call it the padding. This might be British, but we're not playing Frostpunk just yet. Give it time. Is that cement? Ooh, it is cement. I wonder when they need that. Connect to Newcastle, Jake. Yeah, I'm starting to have something resembling money. And I might as well just... Oh, wait, that's Nottingham. You said Newcastle. The problem is I'm a little lacking in locations that I can expand into. We got Hull and we got Wrexham. And that's about as good as you're getting. And I'm not really sure I want to connect to Hull. But I could, couldn't I? Yeah, I could. Probably be a bit pricey though. Nottingham, were you on the list? No, Nottingham is not on the list. What a shame. Hull's a bit pricey to get to. Wrexham wouldn't be that bad. It was Station Master. It's good to have the main people in the office. Reducing time for dispatch. You're hired. You were also assigned, right? Good, good. Right, Wrexham Ralph, you are going to be connected up as well. Got to spend money to make money, or so they say. And whilst it kills me to make these pathetic small stations, I just do not have the capital to do much more than that right now. Get ourselves a wee bit of a bridge over there, and oops, my money's gone already. Well, okay, that's going to cost me an arm and a leg. That's bad. I wonder if I could reduce your height to reduce the bridges needed. Earthworks are cheaper than bridges. There we go. If we just dig it out, we'll be doing better. Which kind of makes me wonder why even have this bridging over? Can we just reduce you as well? Delightful. That does seem like a suspiciously large amount of reducing it though. I think I'll fork out the extra just to have that much going. And then this seems okay. Palatable, but still expensive. But once we have it up and going, I'll connect to Wrexham as well. Oh right, that's just one line. I might have to do a one-liner until I can build a second track. Really, what is going on with my music? It's not really playing at all. It's meant to be on shuffle and repeat, but it just likes to play one tune. Maybe it's not on play all. Oh well, we'll see what happens. It's ugly, yeah, it is ugly, I don't deny that. But I'm not playing for aesthetics here. Oh, it's going to need a center for fueling them up too. Play Victoria 2 OST. I think Victoria 2 OST is very fitting, but it is horrible to listen to for any length of time. Alright, tell you what, I'll get the train going first, and then we can worry about the supplies later. There you go, automatic, make it happen. Did Jake build maintenance stations? Nope, we don't have the money for that right now. Someday we will, though. We'll just have to make do with them breaking down every now and then due to bad conditions. But I'd really just need one in Manchester and Liverpool currently. Does Jake know how to read the map to see if there are signals on a route? Well, I can look at it here. Here, and see the signals. Come on, you slow-mos, make me the money. Oh, I need at least 8 active trains. Right, I see. And currently I have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6? Oh, okay. I'll believe it. So that means that of all these trains, they need to average out with that kind of value? That's a lot of value. Jake, what don't you like about obnoxious brass sections and overly saccharine triumphal music blaring in your ears all the time? It's the all the time part. It's good in moderation, like many things are. But that's as good as I can say for it. I think my next investment does have to be a maintenance station. Hold on. Why am I worrying about these things? We've got a bank to help us out with these. Give me the money. Give me even more money. That's the most it'll give me, sadly. Here's your maintenance. Here's more maintenance. Thank you, bank. And whilst I'm not going to double line you just yet, because one will suffice, I will at least have the wherewithal to supply you up. There you go. Glorious. Now we can use the bank's money, which is now my money, to possibly do industry. I can get you some lovely pigs there. Are there any other pigs? Oh, and I do have access to those pigs. See, I like that. I do. That's my only access to pigs, and the meaty supply demands for pigs are huge. This doesn't look like too much of an incline, so hopefully our requirements for bridging is minimal. Let's get you a wee trainee station here. How cheaply can you do that? Oh, that's not cheap. That is no cheap. So let's just do it like so. Wow. Things, I'm a regular money-saving guy. Looks less solid than some of my poly bridges, but very well. Let's make it so. And again, I'm just going to have it one way because I can't really afford much else right now. A new loco, a rocket. Go from here to here. The only thing is, make sure that you are capped out and we'll all be happy. Maybe buy the pigs before you connect it up? Sure, buy them. For £600,000. I don't think so. My starting capital was paltry compared to that. Some levels you didn't have what could be considered bridges. Well, they still worked, didn't they? So I won't hear any complaints about it. Right, whether I likes it or not, and I don't, I'm going to need a supply tower for you. And I'm probably going to need maintenance for Wrexham. Eventually. I'll just tear it down someday, so let's pass on that. These trains seem to be doing okay. My slight worry is that the average amount of money they have to make is quite high.
In case you are short of money, you are able to issue bonds to give your project a fresh impetus at any time.
Small problem there.
Bonds have to be repaid always, but as soon as the ardour has reached the people, the railway will profit.
He makes a good point though, right? You're always going to be making fat money if you just keep spending and building. It's hard to build something unprofitable in this game, which conflicts hard with Transport Fever, where it's very easy to build something that's unprofitable. Right, everybody always likes fish. Do we have fish available? We do, but the downside is It's not the most accessible thing. God, who would inhabit this island that's just full of rivers everywhere? No sane man, that's who. Hell here likes their apples, and I do have nearby apples, so I could probably make a profitable thing by just going between Hull and apples. Choo choo indeed. But again, it needs to bridge over, and bridging is no fun for me. But we'll do it anyway. Oh right, I don't think I can build another train station unless I connect the other one up. Oh, I can. Well, that's convenient. Now, while you're at it, get over there. And let's just move you until we find a suitably... We're going to go lower than 70k here? I spy 71. 71's good enough for me. Hopefully that incline doesn't kill us. Ka-ching. I'll be tearing things down as time goes on, replacing with better stations, making the investment on Liverpool, sure. And man, hard to say. I like the good stations. Are you able to build another one? Otherwise you might screw yourself. Well, you never screw yourself because you can always delete things and get practically all of your money back. Sometimes you can even sell at a profit if you get some good research done. Sadly, we don't do good research. Trisha is crap at research, which makes her a terrifying choice for playing the scenarios. But it's not a choice. We were forced to have her. Tragic, I know. Make sure you're always full of apples and get to it. I should definitely connect up Hell to Leeds. It's only going to cost me in track. Yeah, I'll figure out how to make this cheaper soon enough. Oh dear God, that ain't right. Down you come, there's no need to get so high. That looks like an agreeably soft amount of track. But what if we had even less? 100 grand? 98 grand? Hey, yeah, that'd be kind of fun to go over. For some people. Trouble is, that's all my money kaput. All on connecting up no man's land here. Can we get tighter? Nah, about 98's as good as we're gonna do. Can't help but feel this is tighter than it needs to be. Could we not just pull you down a bit? Almost have you go straight. There we go. Jings, my polybridge experience is coming into its own here. It's only going to cost me the track. Cost about £300,000. That was just the prototype. The reason we have prototypes is so that we can iterate and do even better. And look at that, just by blinking I've got the money I need to set up a new route between the two. It's going to be Leeds to Hull, automatic. I don't really care what you do, but you're probably going to bring cider from Manchester to from Hull to Leeds. Hopefully you do. Yeah, and meat to Hull, another good one. I should also definitely bring these pigs down into Leeds, but the significant lack of starting capital here is a little bit punishing. Just a little bit, though. Another reporter? I don't even have competition. Any new canyons in your wake, Jake? Well, this is kind of a canyon, but the more impressive canyon was made over here. We're really building into it. I'm impressed that this thing can even make it up here. We're big in our green belts back in Britain. It just might not show here. You know, it's stuff like this game where I really appreciate your content, says Face McSmuggler. I can safely listen whilst doing PowerPoint, and life is reasonably okay. Oh, doing PowerPoint though, that's not something that was made for mortal man. I could really just bring you in here. Nobody would have to be the wiser, but it would be no cheap. You also need a maintenance station. Hopefully if I run low on money, the other guy will come in and go, low on money are you? Let me help you out there. Actually, maybe I could tease that out a bit. Can I spend just enough money to make him realize I'm in debt? I can't afford it, can I? The interest might kill you. Nah, the interest is nothing in this game. Let's look at this. 8% interest on this? That's easy. I make that money back and then some simply by investing it in trains that make me money.
As it is quite observable in general, your success proves my point. The railway arouses great interest right now. Your next goal shall be the heart of the United Kingdom, London. I am afraid we have to do a lot of persuading. Many landlords are refusing to sell their land, and thus they are blocking our way to London.
Okay, so what do you want me to do about it? Connect 2 cities with a population at least 35k, connect London and Liverpool. But I can't get to London. How am I meant to get there? Nancy Drew and the Locomotive Logistics Network. You want me to go through Ireland here? How do I get to London? Oh well, maybe it'll be self-evident after a while. I'm given until 37 to do it at least. Give the landlords an offer they can't refuse. Buckshot to the face, perhaps. Oh wow! Wrexham to Liverpool is actually an express train. Imagine an express train that goes at the speed of running. Phenomenal. I guess the difference is it can run carrying loads of passengers and mail. It's faster than walking. It's that bit from Spaced. What do we have other than my van? What was it? Which you can drive and is slightly faster than walking. And then they ride on their Robot Wars machine. I haven't watched Spaced in years. Well, you're missing out, John. I was thinking about rewatching it just recently, but I don't really go for watching TV these days. It's too... Oh, Christ, I can't get those pigs, can I? It's too it's too uninteractive. I need interaction in my medium. Okay, I'm hard-pressed to find things that I can do that I've not already done, except for bring the fish over to the Liverpudlians. Because them in Liverpool will eat the fish. Not a lot of it, but they will. Leaf spring suspension. Number of passengers? I'll take it. Passengers are worth good money. Nobody can get in my way for it, and it's very hard to get Tet as Trish, so I should get everything I can. Ooh, this is good. The promoter does great work. Liverpool is almost an upswing. Manchester is almost an upswing. Leeds, okay, they're all almost an upswing. What are they missing? Well, that'll be it. They don't have barley, and I'm not even sure I can access barley. Well, I'm quite sure that I can't. That's killing them largely. Still, Manchester is in a better position to feed in with just about everything. Great central position for Manchester, even. Liverpool's a bit chock-a-blocked by these rivers in the way. So Manchester's where I'm going to focus on more than Leeds, I dare say. I've been to Manchester at least once in my life. I went there for a Games Workshop Games Day, and let me tell you, I've seldom been so miserable. I don't even like Warhammer, and yet I went. I think it was one of those, my older brothers can do it. Of course I can do it as well. But God, was that misery. The long-ass bus journey. Again, from Aberdeen down there. And, yeah, this terrain's not so great for driving down, let alone getting the trains down on. What was I just talking about? Promoting Manchester, that's right. No, that's the Leaf Spring suspension. Personnel, promoter, get to work. No, not Aberdeen. Great number of new citizens to Manchester. Bada bing, bada boom. And now Manchester should grow like a weed. Excellent. Are there any cities in your construction area with 35k inhabitants? Nope. I've already connected up all the cities within my jurisdiction. I'm giving my all. Leeds already has a maintenance place, right? Yeah, of course. I do care about my places like that. Saboteur is not going to do anything for me. I tell you what will do something for me, having some sort of supply towers for both of these locations. This road and this road. Gonna need it eventually, so I'll build it up now. Manchester grows. Whether it wants to or not, it grows. That's fine though, that should get me more and more people that want to skedaddle out of Manchester. You got 15 waiting passengers and 9 bits of mail waiting, and that's exactly why we're bringing in something from the McCarthy estate for you. They travel very slowly, so the throughput of goods is going to be miserable. No, not all of my cities get meat and cider right now. Wrexham doesn't get cider, and I don't really want to run a line from Manchester to Wrexham. They actually eat apples. So I would, and perhaps even should, link up the McCarthy Estate's apples, which they have plenty of, down to Liverpool, so Liverpool can get access to that to help grow. But it's a lack of barley. Lack of barley is killing me. Fish would help, but I'd love some barley. How best to link up the McCarthy estate with you? I could have you pop out this way and just come down here. Well, you know what? We have the dosh to do it, and do it we shall. Well, this is grim. Don't mind a bit of earth working here, but just do not build those bridges. Do the tighter turn first. Say that it's a-okay. Do the less wide turn. And I'm not even sure I want to double track this. It doesn't make any sense to spend that kind of money right now. I can always enlarge the track later on. Let's get ourselves a little rocket rider here. Get me them apples. And get yourself down to Liverpool and make sure you are full up with apples. Hopefully nobody ever takes this line to go into Manchester. It wouldn't make any sense, but what do you know? The cheaping out begins. Yeah, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, right? One thing I suppose I should do is make sure that these tracks follow the signals. They already do, so I'll just reinforce that. Means that this way they can go which way they want. Which does worry me, because one could go up and through like that, and then it would get stuck there, but hopefully nobody ever is daft enough to do that. Spare me AI. I said I'd be investing in Gunchester here, so it seems a shame to bring the fish down to Liverpool. But I'm going to do it anyway, as soon as I have the money, which I don't right now. So I just sit back and relax. Why'd they call it rocket? Did they even have rockets back then? I'll have to pass because I don't have train knowledge. Those are some primitive looking passenger carts though. Things, they must jostle about like nobody's business. The diminutive of Rocca, distaff, from Lombardic Rocco Rocca spinning wheel. What in the God's name? Oh right, the name of rocket. I'm following you now somewhat. Tell you, more promoters would be really good for buffing up Manchester. The warehouse is overfilled with cider. Right, I need to get Manchester's cider out there. Leeds, are you getting enough cider? You are. Wrexham, I believe, gets very little cider. And the Liverpudlians get all the cider they could ever need. So Manchester needs to bring its delicious cider elsewhere. Sadly, I have no access to elsewhere. This is very limiting. But sometimes you just gotta get through days like that. Jake is the cause for the modern state of Liverpool. The modern state of Liverpool is quite good. It's got a real rough reputation, but honestly, when I went there, which was only last year, I was pleasantly surprised. Rockets were used by the British Army against the burghers in the War of 1812. It's been used in war ever since early gunpowder in Asia. Brits copied them from India. So, the Brits invented gunpowder, you say? That's how we operate. Let's get ourselves a wee train station over here. Where's the... No, that's where the supply bit is. I'd be better off just making a dedicated supply area. Let's get those fishies down to Liverpool so Liverpool can grow. And maybe if I do this, I can flatten the land for a low price of nothing. Can we actually get over here? Okay, I take it back. I can't have you so close to the water. And this game's very generous, gives you a full refund on anything, as long as you built it recently. And that's really the way to do it. Imagine if you didn't get all that back. I dread to think. Fair bit of earthwork. But I think I'll just have a simple back and forth here. I hate cheaping out like this, but I do not have the money to be not cheaping out like this. Here's all the fish you could ever want. Make sure you bring every drop of fish you can, and go. And with this, Liverpool will certainly grow. They still have no access to barley, which is tragic. But if you can subsist on a diet of raw pigs, fish, apples, ham, and cider, you'll probably be quite happy even without the barley. God, no grain in... Oh, there we go. Already an upswing. I'm doing God's work here. Now here's a question. Just how many passengers do you want to send to Liverpool? Only like 10 a week. How about the other way around? It's hard to get a good idea if I'm actually transporting all these passengers. This one's got lots of passengers, so I'm assuming it's doing okay. But can I just stop and check how many passengers do you have wanting to go to Liverpool? N per week? Am I bringing them all? I don't even know how many passengers you can fit in a passenger car, so it's difficult. It is a difficult one for me. Add trains until they take less than 8 things. Well, it'll be fewer than 8 things, and I don't really want to do that because if they aren't running so well, then that's a shame for me. Ooh, 100 innovation points, worth it, because we struggle on innovation right now. And I need to focus on innovations like this so I can get myself the glorious John Bull 040. The speed and the power increase would be great. Profits from mail, transport fee for freight, passengers. I'd rather get the the amount per freight right now. Because I'm doing freight. And more passengers would mean I need to build more trains to bring them all around. Speaking of which, hopefully all my trains are making a profit. McCarthy Estate to Liverpool is not for some reason. And that surprises me greatly, given that they apparently want their apples down in Liverpool. Actually, the consumption of apples per week is tiny. Faster locomotives available. What? What lies are these? Doesn't look very available to me. You're causing a hold up here. I don't like that. I'm gonna have to change up your route a bit so that you don't actually wait for maximum there. It's okay that you wait for maximum for Manchester, because Manchester actively wants it. Oh, I need to say that. They actively eat them up for making cider. Which again, I do wish I could spread out a bit more. Don't care about stokers or conductors, or really any of these. I've got my station master. Spy. A spy would be nice, but I have no competitors, so there's nowhere even to send you to. Or is there? Oh my goodness, where are you people? I wonder where Don McLeo is. But they're sure not on the map right now. Ah, they will be. Is it possible to grow Aberdeen into a world metropolis? Of course it is. I could burn down London and make Aberdeen the top dollar. Top dollar? I guess top dog. This is all well and good, but it's just not enough. You can still spy on them and get that tech, Jake. Very well then. This is a lot of money. You better make it worth my while. Let's see. Roger Smith of all of these is most likely to have some actual tech, so I'll get on it. Personnel, freelancer, spy. Get to it. This better be good, because I do not get innovation points myself. It'd be nice if I get the train. But getting one of these expensive one, well, this expensive one would be nice. Ooh, 5% power on all locomotives. You tempt me greatly, game. I don't think there's anything else even worth connecting up, though, sadly. Oh, covered cab, get. Profits from mail up 10%, hey? It's better than being spat in the face. And I'm just about to get myself the John Bull anyway. And I shall upgrade my express trains with the John Bull. I'd like to upgrade all my trains with it, but that might be a bit much. Yoink. So the John Bull, what's the cost of you? Well, it's a lot to replace all of them, but what if I just replace the express ones with you? Apparently that's none of them. Can't even replace the city's only one because the cost is too high. Dang. Surely I could do Wrexham to Liverpool, and Liverpool to Manchester, and Manchester to Leeds. But just all the city ones, bump them up a bit, that should be okay. Just need to afford it first, and I'm sure it'll be worthwhile. Just get more debt, what's Caesar going to do? I'm actually wondering if I can get more debt. It doesn't let me check and see what other bond I could get, but if I pay off one of these bonds, I might be able to take out a bigger loan because my company is now worth more. I'll give it a try, because more debt is better debt. I think one of the more inspirational debt-related things I ever saw was somebody playing Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe. It was in like a community multiplayer here, and I forget who it was, but somebody was just in perpetual crushing debt, and they just kept throwing that debt into investment in their systems, and they were worth so much that the bank couldn't pull the plug on them. They'd kill the bank, but it gave them so much power to keep on expanding. Baron would agree with that. No, Baron doesn't operate like that. Baron squanders painfully. Okay, a bit more money. I can try the debt cleansing. Jake, it's called leverage. Damn right it is. It's going to be another few dozen thousands before I can clock off the debt, but I will. And all the while, we're getting closer towards this. 35,000 we need, and Manchester's okay, and Liverpool's okay. I'm tempted to actually lock you into here, so that we can get this fish up to Manchester, because Manchester's so close to growing. But I wanna play with my debt. If I'm at 280,000, I know I'll have enough. National Bank, such a good idea in EU3, the ability to sink more into making more ducats. Kind of. I really like the way in EU3 you got a lump sum at the end of each year, but that was not a... there we go, that's healthy. I can pay off my loan to get myself a bigger loan. That is progress. There we go, just like that. Clicked our fingers, got another £150,000. A good move by me. I deserve a pat on the back for it, so I will give myself a pat on the back for it. Question is, how's this going to go? I want that fish to also reach Manchester, and I need to do it on a budget. So... Observe. I get a big discount for doing a parallel bridge, so it's not even that expensive to do so. We're going to come along like so. This is still costing me a ton in earthwork, so it's not even worth doing, really. So how about I bring you in like so, and you come in like so as well. And trust me, I do not like how messy this is getting, but it's still how we're doing it. We'll have a bit of a switcheroo here. And that means that both these ways can be used, and they will switch out here to go whichever way they need to go. Yeah, how could it fail? I'm sure there's a way it can fail, but I want to see it operate before we jump to conclusions here. Oh, I didn't upgrade with the John Bulls either. So, there we go, engine shed, John Bull, replace any and every locomotive that is only going from city to city. Expensive, but hopefully worthwhile. Good lord, you are expensive. I'm just going to put a rocket in though, because I don't need super fast freighting for this kind of job. But I do kind of want you to be completely full up. Nah, I shouldn't worry about these kinds of things, just get to it. I hope this works. Didn't you want to buy barley too? I have no way to get barley, no way at all. These are all the places that I can build, and notice not a single barley farm available. Closest barley farm is here, and I can't get to it. So, woe is me, no barley for me. I need to big up Liverpool and Manchester without access to barley. So hopefully I get a lot of promoters. They make things easier for me. Did you play Railroad Tycoon 2? I did not. Okay, so out you go, and you're of course taking that route. And you're taking that route. Lovely. Seems like they're working in parallel rather nicely. What's your problem? Why are you waiting there? Waiting for the Murphy Sea Farm to Liverpool. Why, that's you. Why would you wait on that? You've got auto signaling. You can go wherever you want. Perhaps I should give you a signal that doesn't force you to do those kinds of things. Oh, well, no, if you were going into that way, then it makes sense that you have to wait for them to clear before you go in. Liverpool's already looking a bit too busy. And this song is looking a bit too crap. Let's skip you. And you need to wait for them to come out. I'm kind of tempted to expand Liverpool already. This is getting a little too busy for my liking. Look at all the waiting people have to do. However, upgrading these stations would cost $1. Destroy Liverpool. No need. Why are you waiting now, though? You're waiting suspiciously long. Oh, good lord. I think you have a very, very hard time climbing over this. But that's alright, you pick up the speed once you're down. It's not like that fish is going to go off as Manchester waits for it. Manchester... Okay, this will be their first shipment of fish. Strange, I would have thought they'd already had their fish. Come on, you so-called rocket. Why is it going so slowly? I guess it's still going upwards, but I just can't do it. Okay, that is a lot of hilling about, isn't it? How do I swiftly replace you with something else? Yeah, there we go. Let's see how you do with this. Oh, just like that it picks up. The little engine that couldn't. There we go, I don't want to clog these places, but here you go, Manchester, you're finally going to get fish, and Manchester should end up in upswing from this. Oh, just like that, they're very happy, and grow they do. So between this, Manchester and Liverpool will grow up, will complete the population thing, and I imagine that is what's going to allow me to get access to to London. I hope, because if it doesn't, I'm in trouble. Chief Engineer, give. Chief Engineer will make all construction sites cheaper. You're serious. You can't get on with funny people. You don't like stubborn people. Well, I'm sure they'll get on fine. There you go. Jake, you're still working at Paradox? I haven't worked at Paradox since 2019. Good heavens. Hang on, the Murphy estate sends apples down to Liverpool as well, don't they? That's going to be a difficult one for you to do, isn't it? I think I'll also replace you with a John Bull, otherwise getting back is going to be difficult. I'm out of touch, okay? Oh, that's alright, it happens. A little disappointing that I have this money and I'm not currently spending it. But it's hard to get an idea of where I would be spending it right now. I guess I could make another line between Manchester and Liverpool, since those are the big daddies around here. So that's exactly what I'll do. Brand new John Bull. Go from Liv to Manchester. Do whatever you want. Waiting for track clearance. See, I don't like that. I will upgrade you. There we go. And just like that. Ooh, achievement unlocked. Platform 9 3/4. That sounds like a Harry Potter reference. Any jobs besides streaming? No, streaming is what I do full time. Much as I really enjoyed working for Paradox, I enjoy streaming more. I had to avoid sounding too cliche there. I was thinking of saying streaming's where my passion really is, but that just sounds a bit ugh, doesn't it? Okay, a lovely connection bonus. Sadly, nowhere around here really wants your apples, and I'm all appled up. Well, that's not entirely true. Wrexham do eat apples. Very few apples, but they do eat them. And simply connecting you up is going to pay for itself. So, connect you up I shall. The downside is this is single-tracked. However, this is a good incentive for me to no longer single-track you, but indeed double-track you. Tell you what. There you go. I'm going to take that bonus, and I'm not going to be incredibly cheap and just take the money and run. Oh no. I'm going to take that money and invest it in a really good connection for you. Now, Wrexham. Expanding this station would cost an arm and a leg. Could I make do with just one? Yeah, I think I could. I just need to double track it. I'm on two minds about the connection bonus thing. It feels really cheap, but it also feels really good. I mean, hell, it's money for nothing. And that's my favourite kind of money. Surely they wouldn't have had such an obviously exploitable thing if they didn't want people to exploit it. Alright, Moor's Farm. Tightest corner first. Then the less tight corner. I think I'm really getting it when it comes to doing these kinds of connections. I remember in scenario 2, and maybe even 3, it was doing my head in how to do these, but now I think I've got it figured out. Until I find something where I'm doing it wrong. Then that'll show me. Slight problem is you don't have access to any kind of supplies there, but I don't want to have a supply tower here. It could clog everything up nastily. And this is an even worse place for it. Oh well, better the devil you know. Climbing up here is going to be a struggle, I think, for a little crummy engine. But engines are expensive, so you're still going to get the Rocket Rider. Go for it. And always make sure you carry a full load. Ta-da! And now Wrexham is actually going to have enough to start growing as well. I am truly God's gift to little English cities. Hang on, Wrexham. Wrexham's right on the border. Is it Welsh or English? I think the Welsh border divide is along the main river. Oh, cripes. I don't know, it's been a while since hold on, let me think. I was in Wales just last year. Ringlish. No, I think it's Welsh. Speaking of Rocket Racer, still waiting on that Lego Racers Redemption after all these years. I thought I did redeem it. No, I don't think I did. Well, I'm not going to be doing it. I'd just be doing exactly the same run, but shaving 2 minutes off of it. That's not really what I'm in for, truth be told. Okay, this is what I'm really interested in right now. Can this apple train actually make it back? Or is it going to struggle with this hill so badly that even I'm going to feel bad about it? Come on, pick up the speed. You can do it. You can be and cue it. Oh my days, this looks so good. I just wish I could get a better view of the train. You're limited to this extremely limited field of view here. Oh god. Oh no. You better be stopping for supplies. Oh, It found itself a strange burst of power as it was heading up there. But it seems to make it to the farm easily enough, which is good. An analyst. Increase or reduce the yeah, well, I don't have these things. Okay, I have a connection bonus for the cattle farm. It produces beef. The problem is nobody eats beef. I take that back. Liverpool eats beef because there are over 30,000 people there. Same with Manchester. Well, I'll be diddled. Now, how do I... What happened there? It kind of took the camera out in a strange way. Don't even know what I pressed there, but something happened. Still, connecting you up seems like low-hanging fruit. So, I reckon I would have you come in here and connect up like so, and go into Manchester in a similar fashion. Take out from both sides. I really do not like the connections that I'm setting up. I'm going to say that up front. However, I have to be cost effective. Ruthlessly so. And my music stopped again. What is with this? Am I pressing some mysterious Steam hotkey that stops their music? I'll just play album and see what happens. You have an extra tack in Liverpool you can use. Just move your Manchester to Liverpool line to the left. Use the rightmost one that would now be free. Oh, you mean this one here? Not untrue. But, oh well, I guess there's nothing I would ever want to double line this part out for, or would I? No, as I connect up to the likes of Carlisle and Newcastle, I'm going to want that bit free. I'd want to remodel this, and I definitely want to keep this as a main... Don't know why my heart says say artery, but I do mean main artery going in that direction. I can easily just hook you in here anyway. Easily, he says. Like he knows what he's talking about. Tighter turn first. Can we shorten this? Yeah, who cares? It's not a lot of money. So that's you, and I think I got my lovely bonus there, which will now be spent on heading up to Manchester. It's all well and good. How cheap can we make you? I'm not even sure if I'm saving much money on that one, but that'll do for now. There we go, and we'll just have a track running to both these places. I think I could do it much better organizationally with warehouses, but I don't have the money for warehouses. There's a lot of things I don't have the money for. Oh, tell me more about the elevation of this route. Thank you, Mordkalb. It doesn't actually look like the elevation changes much for it. So I could probably make do with crummy trains for now. They don't have to be express anyway. Rail line from Bradley to Liverpool. Just keep it automatic. I don't want these people waiting around forever. Clone the train, alter the track, scrap Liverpool, add Gunchester, confirm, and get going. Never thought Jake would like this game, says Nemi Blob. I figured he's more of a turn-based, hex-based strategy game kind of guy. Okay, now I know you're taking the mick. Let's add some signaling there. Ooh, how do we change your signal direction? There we go. But I also want to make sure that you ensure the flow. This one can go whichever way it wants. As long as you grab the goods. Oh, there's nothing left in the depot. This is slow production. Oh well. Whether I like it or not, we're going to need supplies on both sides. Always feels so expensive doing that. Every city has maintenance, right? Well, except for Hull. We don't care about Hull. No, we probably do care about Hull because all those apples come that way. Alright, there you go. Buy money. But this is good. This will maintain great growth in Liverpool and Manchester. And London is going to be looking over here with jealous rage. 20,000 people in London. How's Edinburgh doing? Almost as big as London. Professor. Now, Professor's a trap. He will take your points and give you money for it, which is bad. But I jump on him thinking, oh, surely a Professor will give you innovation. Nope, he takes it from you like a monster. London, burn it down again. So when we play on the free play version, where we make Perfect Hansa 2.0, I'm going to pick out some cities in Germany to burn down. Berlin has been unanimously decried by the Germans who want that thing taken down. The time that passengers and cities will wait. Well, it's worth it, I'll take it. Ah, loving that money from unloading the meat. Oh, I can get myself an accountant. Reduce the cost of successful auctions. Well, I'm about to do one. Oh, Did I save money on that? I don't know. I'm not sure if I actually saved the money or if I had to get that before I threw down. Well, whatever the case, bringing in the dough. And I think that makes you better at your job. Reducing dispatch time by 9% is lovely. Don't burn down Berlin, burn down Munich. It's so much wasser. The thing is, I don't have any particular disdain for any particular promoter. Oh, I need that. I hate to toot the horn of Manchester even more, but Manchester is where it's at here. So get promoting Gunchester. And since it's an upswing, the promoter will do an even better job. 337, 340. Oh my, we're pumping out even more cider these days as well. My initial impression is that...
The people of Birmingham have allowed themselves to be convinced by our recent success, and a portion of the way is cleared now. If we help to establish the industry, it will probably convince even skeptics of other regions.
Brumme. Hang on, was Birmingham always there? I feel like it just kind of popped into existence. Oh god, it didn't unlock much of the map for me. However, I do finally have access to a wee sliver of barley. And to make matters worse further, I have access to Nottingham. Okay. Also got something else here. Just a funny conductor. It's like that guy that would eat a green banana every time he was put on death row. He's a bad conductor. What do I even have to do? Let's check the task list here. Produce 60 loads of tweed and connect... It still wants me to connect London and Liverpool. I guess we're not going to get that going until we get the tweed, but I need somewhere that can actually make tweed for me. Nowhere has tweed industry, nor do I have the ability to make additional industry yet. I will be able to do that in Manchester when we hit 40k. I need to swiftly erect an industry for it. Trouble is, I'm going to need capital for that, and the bank is not willing to give me much more of that. So I might have to just sit on it a little bit. Ah, but the joys of connecting up Birmingham into the loop. Think of the money. Oh well, things are going smoothly for us. But I'll slam a tweed industry into Manchester. And Higgins Preserve is all the way over there. It's a shame Leeds isn't growing, because Leeds is getting neither barley nor fish. So now we need one or t'other. Still, is that really the only place I can get sheep's wool? No, there's sheep wool right here. That would be muckle convenient for Manchester. I just link you up to here. No harm, no fuss. Oh yeah, oh, I can just about slam it down, but I absolutely need the money. I would be willing to sell something for it. Oh gosh, that's painful. The McNamara family wish to give me my very own grain farm. Oh, I'd love to, but I can't. There we go. Oh my days, it costs £485,000 for it. That's outrageous, I can't afford that. But I do need the tweed. I really need the tweed. Well, here's hoping that they make their own tweed. I doubt I can save up that money in time. It would be more prudent for me to invest. So let's connect up Birmingham with Wrexham. It's the best way to do this. I think I could still use this line here. Aye, probably. Birmingham, really. I'm going to switch this out a bit and have you connect in a different manner. You even do this? No, this could be a problem for me. But it could also not be a problem. Oh yeah, tighter turn first, of course. Huh, well, it mostly likes it. There you go. That way it's still connected up. It's a dark looking line, but it'll work. And it all inherently gets its signaling. That's good. Now, onwards to Birmingham. Birmingham is also going to be quite central. It would really blow to give it a crappy train station. But crappy train station is all I can afford right now. Painful. I'll just go right through the centre of Birmingham then. Have I been to Birmingham? I don't know. Oh my goodness, what is with that elevation? Wasn't aware Birmingham was on such a plateau. What's going on here? Oh, that's because it, for some reason, was told to elevate a lot. I'm still being told to elevate a lot. What's up with that? Cease your elevation shenanigans. There we go. Just connect up like normal people. I have a funny feeling this is going to cost me. Okay, get ourselves that new loco, the John Bull, and bring it all together. Move whatever you like. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna be disgusted by somebody setting up a non-tweed industry here. I just really hope they make tweed. The last thing this place needs is yet more meat or cider. This isn't Italy, Jake. Stop turning it into glorious spaghetti. I'm giving my all. It's also going to need some supply towers along the way. Right, I think previously I was trying to say... Wait, I don't need that supply tower whatsoever. There's already another one. At a very inconvenient place for all of this, but it's there nonetheless. What I was trying to say was that this so far feels quite easy. Are there harder scenarios? Are there ones that are really going to test my logistical network metals? Why can't you be normal screeches in English countryside? England has its problems, but I don't think it's in its countryside. Ooh, now that is begging for a connecting. Nottingham to Manchester, it's got to happen. And they've got money to give me. The trouble is, I don't have money to get right now. I want more. England seems like the tutorial scenario. Well, that's disappointing. The difficulty comes from managing to supply large cities. Yeah, but we could do that in Patrician, so I'm confident we can do it here. That's a nice connection bonus, but I need to get a bit more dough first. Birmingham to Wrexham is claiming that it's not making money. But it'll be singing a different story once it brings all these people back to Birmingham. Back to Birmingham. Sounds like the start of a tragic comedy. Have you considered the possibility that you're just really, really good? Oh, every day. It's something very aggravating that I say to friends and family. They comment on how something I do goes well, and I just say, well, when you're this good... And I usually just leave it at that. But they're mostly infuriated because they know I'm right. Alright, Nottingham. Let's just level half the city. And see how smoothly we can connect you up to Manchester. I might just take this one so that we've got a bit of extra stuff to play with. Now obviously this isn't going to work very well, but something that I should do more often is add additional waypoints so that I can move things around like so. I'm going to keep this so it can go south, be like a supply line for tatties and such. That's a lot to spend. I'll need more dough for that. Last South American scenario is probably the hardest. Really? Come on, Liverpool, give me a knockoff rate on the weaving factories. No? Okay. Right, do we have anywhere that actually produces twine? Not twine, tweed. Very different things. No, and certainly not anywhere I have access to. Dang. Okay, there's your connection, and we immediately reinvest the connection bonus into a John Bull. And the John Bull goes naughty to Manchester automatic. Truth be told, I could make another one. I'm quite certain that Nottingham and Manchester are going to want to share more than that. Especially since Manchester could take their meat. Almost certainly. And Nottingham doubtlessly could take the cider from Manchester, and that's on top of all the passengers and such. In fact, it's so good, I'm going to clone it right now, and I'm going to change its route to have it start from Manchester. Done and done right. Except there's a large problem. I only made a single line. Oops. Oh well, probably no big deal. I mean, it's a massive deal, but it's probably no big deal. There you go. Once I have the money, I will do that, so you can go back and forth to your heart's content. It doesn't help that Manchester here is rather small. want. You could reroute the train to follow the river. Oh, you mean to avoid such lumps and bumps? Nah, I'd rather not. Oh, I didn't save this, did I? Please tell me you're not loading up from Nottingham right now. Oh, that's exactly what you're doing. Well, that is a dang shame. So I'll do that anyway. It doesn't really matter now. I don't need to switch them. I can discard the changes and just have you get going. Although you're not going to do anything until I get you some signaling. There you go. Now get moving. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. I live in England, and nobody gives me any cider, says Cheeseburger. Why did you have to say that during this incredibly sad music? That's very sad. Okay, next up's getting that supply tower in, and that supply tower is going in despite my brush with debt destiny. Manchester has a supply maintenance place, so I don't need to bother building that up. And Wrexham has one as well, I believe. Yep, and by yep, I mean nope. I need to build one there. Like this one's in bad condition, so I need to... Oh, sweet Jesus, what's going on here? My bad things have caught up with me now. You're waiting for Manchester to Leeds. Why is this a problem? Why is this a problem? It's not the one I want to look at. You're the one I want to look at. Waiting for Manchester to Leeds. Okay. Which one's Manchester to Leeds? You're Manchester to Leeds. So you want to go to Leeds. So you want to go out and up and along like so. So what's the problem? Oh, that's the problem. You rotter. It can't move further than that because this is too tight. Oh, fiddlesticks. Oh, big old fiddlesticks. Oh well, such is what happens. That should allow you to get going now, and I just need to make a better route here. Although it's hard to know what's going to be better. I could link you in here, actually. It's not what I was going for, but it's what I can go for. Okay, as problems go, that was incredibly minor, so I'm grateful. I am grateful. Manchester is way too busy for this, but I can't expand it because it costs way too much money. And that money is invested in Wrexham having some actual maintenance. Blocks is the wrong word, segments between junctions. Wouldn't have been enough, I don't think. Well, maybe it would have, but... Doesn't matter, we fixed it. Until the next problem. Okay, there we go. Wrexham can finally get its maintenance station. God, why is it so hard to have money in Britain? On the plus side, all my trains seem to be making me decent money. Ignore McCarthy Estate in Manchester, I think I just rebuilt that one. But everyone else is making me dosh, as they should. Did you replace the train that you deleted? I think it automatically replaces itself. Because I think it was McCarthy Estate to Manchester, and that's exactly what you are. Oh man, it's trying so hard. Oh right, no it wasn't, it was just waiting for signalling. Okay, Manchester is nowhere near big enough to service everything that's coming in right now. I need to expand Manchester. But the cost is insurmountable. Ooh, but the research is available. Ah, the Firefly, now that sounds like a good train. Reliability. The detonator. Ooh. Yeah, reliability sounds good. I'll grab that. Ooh, a spy. I wouldn't mind a wee spy. Go and grab me something from Roger Smith again, please. And don't blow it. Can you take a new loan? That's a good question. I'd love to take a new loan. Unfortunately, I can't pay it all off just yet. In fact, I'm nowhere near being able to pay it all off. And I'd rather expand the train station first. Jinx, Manchester and Liverpool exploded in population. Victoria 3 looking wild. Ooh, train whistle. That was this one, which cost 100, but hey, brings me closer to the Firefly. More passengers in my stations. Good, good. Because I see something like this running with almost nothing, and I feel sad. Very sad. Look at that, Liverpool and Manchester. So low on everything. Hey, what's up with this? Not many signals. I guess it's good enough. As long as they're not running at a loss, it's okay. And nothing worth knowing is running at a loss right now. Ah, excellent. Now I can upgrade you. There we go. Now suddenly we have a station worth knowing. This well-known history of trains where they caused Manchester and Leeds to surpass London in population. Quite. London is just drying out and... How did I end up in the wrong place here? London's just drying up and dying out here. 20,000 pop and not even growing. Well, I'm making decent money, that much is true. But the Tweed... Oh, yes! Oh, fan-bloody-tastic. Liverpool actually got itself a Tweed factory. And I need to produce a bunch of Tweed. Now, the challenging part is linking you up. Tell you something else that's worth noting is that I've got this this grain here that should definitely be going to Manchester to even more buff up the Chester here. Now they've got a demand for a lot of things. Actually, I could bring in the wood. Oh, I want to build so many things, but I don't have the money. I need to focus on the important thing here though, and that is getting this sheep's wool down to Liverpool. That's going to be a big pain in the rear end. It's just in the very, very wrong place for it. Ah, but I could bring in this sheep's wool. That's in a very right place for it. I could double track the line past Bradley's cattle and link it up with you. It's not unthinkable even to bypass Bradley's cattle. Can I run a parallel line past you, Bradley? I know money is a bit tight, but if you can look past that... It must be a stressful nightmare making these lines on Trainiac mode. You don't like me running through, do you? Hmm. Well, think about it. Where's the wool going to be coming in from? Here. I have options. I could route it through Manchester, but I don't want to. Just adds to the congestion in Manchester. It needs a bypass, and that's exactly what the Bradley cattle route is. Could roll it under Bradley's cattle. Very well. Oh, right, I'm out of money again. Who would have expected that? Detonators are little explosives. I'm well aware what a detonator is. If only Jack had money for all of this. Plenty of money in the campaign, but the campaign seems like more of a tutorial. But this is tight. I probably could have saved money if I didn't splurge on Liverpool and Manchester stations at the very start. But it seemed like the right thing to do. I mean, well, maybe not in Liverpool. Liverpool's a bit underutilized. But I wanted to. Okay, that should be the money. And it should be good money for me getting this tweed over to Liverpool. And knowing that they consumed their own tweed is good. And knowing that that tweed will also go to Manchester is also good. They'll consume between them 1 per week. So it'll be plenty to cover the 60 loads within a short time frame. Don't need a security guard. And I don't want a headhunter. You can select the position and competitor in advance, but what if there isn't one? Because I wouldn't mind whatever this is. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Well, that doesn't really matter. Let's get that station going. Contours are a little awkward here, but we'll roll with them anyway. Fraser Estate, let's go. And remember, we have to bypass Bradley's cattle. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. There's no need to double line it right now. No need at all, because this is the only thing that's going to be going that way. There is, however, a need to have some chuffing money. Seems like a pretty tutorial scenario so far. Maybe, but maybe not. You have so little money to play with in this one for what you have to do. I'm not so convinced this is Tutorialville. If I'd done this back when I'd only done levels, say 1 or 2 in the campaign, I'd be struggling big time. And let's not forget, I am more than $500,000 in debt with the bank. Lest we ever forget that. Okay, seriously, what is up with this playlist? It just stops after a while. It's kind of telling me not to use the Steam Music player much at all. I'm tempted to just rip out all the files, shove it into Music B and have that run. Still, whilst I was complaining about the music, we've got all the money we need for a John Bull. Johnny B, go from Fraser to Liverpool and make sure you're always full up from Fraser. Go. Oh, I see. I finished that song and it just stopped dead. That's strange. So there's meant to be 2.5 hours worth of tracks here. Is there some bugged out one that keeps killing the playlist? The music stops. No, I'm playing my music externally because for some reason the music loves to just stop and die in the game. Not an unusual problem for a Gaming Minds game. Gaming Minds makes game playlists flake out just by playing them. Ping me later on to make sure I have a proper setup for this externally. Pretty please. By the way, when you go through here, excellent, there is a supply tower for you. And bringing in all that sheep's wool. One thing I'd really like to have better access to is information on how much things are worth. So if I go into sheep's wool, I can tell the demand for it, the production of it, how much is transported by train and coach, but I want to know the value of these goods. And I feel like that's not easy to find. And if it's out there, I don't know where it is. Quarterly reports, competitors, banking activities, the tasks. And the game could make with a few info screes. Quite. So here's my question. How much money will I make from this sheep's wool? Because I don't know where to find that information. I'm not even sure if there is that information. Wait, I can have night mode? Oh. Just in time for the sexy music. It'll tell you once a freight arrives in the station, yeah, but that's too late. I want to know now. Route details. Train workloads. Cool info, but don't really need it right now. So in they plod. Ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. Ah, this gets in the way. Forget it, I don't want your apples. 17,280 divided by 8. That's what one cartload of sheep's wool is worth. And I don't think the distance that you transport it makes any difference. Well, I'm relatively certain it makes no difference. With that happy thought in mind, I want to connect this wood up to Manchester, because Manchester is suddenly hungering for wood. Probably not a lot of it. Far from it, but I should be the one making money on the wood that it takes. Which of these is actually the tighter bend? Because in my opinion, they're both tight. I'm sure the game will disagree with both. Genuine surprise that that works. Excellent. I can probably make do with a crummy locomotive here. Between these two. And just make sure that you're always fully stocked, please. Okay, I'm going to be honest. The music that I'm getting playing here is doing my nut in. So I'm actually going to go back to having the sound played in the game. There we go. It's an S-bend, so both of the tighter one at one point. Yeah, that makes it harder to know which way to do it. But I think we got it sussed out here. Except I can't really put a signal on it for... Too tight for that, I guess. Still, off you trot, bring that wood to Manchester. Now, given that that kind of distance made 17,000 on the wool, this kind of distance... This should show that distance isn't much of a... Gimme. Should show that distance isn't much of a factor at all. That's strange. Why are you stopping here? You have untold numbers of places you can go into. Ah, right. You were moving in for that. Fair enough. 16,000 base for 8 cartloads, really? And it doesn't matter what the cargo is? There we go, 17 grand on that. This route is going to pay for itself in no time. No time flat. The only real downside is that I didn't really give them the supply tower that they could probably use. So, I'll put a supply tower here instead. And I will get a reasonable refund on this one. There we go. Got almost all the money back on that. And now I can serve all of them with this. Why is there a river of oil? No, it's just too dark to really see the water here. It's pretty nice looking water. It's a pretty nice looking game. Okay, I can't be the only one thinking about getting more money out of the bank. I've made 0 tweed? Come on, laddie, where's the tweed at? I know I've given you all the sheep's wool you could want. You don't use a lot of it per week. Actually, that's going to take a long time. And buying this company is going to cost even more than if I'd made a tweed factory myself. Oh, but Manchester will turn that tweed into clothing. That's pretty useful. But I kind of really want the tweed factory. We'll see, it might upgrade itself when I keep pouring in all the sheep's wool it could ever need. I think these darkened green areas show the utilization and progress towards next level up in size, but I could be completely wrong. However, Liverpool continues to grow like a weed, same with Manchester. That means I could even throw down something fancy here in Liverpool like a university. But all of these things are way too expensive, so it's not going to happen. You have to own the factory. That's the limit based on city size. Ah, thank you. Do you absolutely have to own the factory for them to grow? I thought they would grow automatically. Look, the cider maker in Manchester's level 2. I don't own it. Now, maybe it was always level 2. Maybe. Maybe. Nestle clearing, still waiting for the wood for Manchester, but that's okay. James, this money's flowing in. Let's see if we can't make even more of it. Toss away one of these loans, and then get ourselves a 500,000 loan. Excellent. Gonna squeeze another 400,000 out of the bank, and all I have to pay is a tiny little bit of penalty interest. What do you mean I can't pay it? I will pay it with your money. Yeah, how you like them apples? Give me the dosh. God, I'm good at business. Okay, what else needs done here? There is something to be said for bringing these veggies. Well, yeah, it is vegetables. Is a potato a vegetable? I guess it is, but it doesn't feel like culinarily it's a vegetable. Regardless, they're not that hungry for vegetables over in Liverpool, but they will want their veggies also up in Manchester. I might make a route to both by turning this into a Y intersection. That can be a pain sometimes. That can be a royal pain sometimes. I think I tried to do this before and it failed so badly, it's kind of unreal. All I'm saying is I want you to connect up to here. Now that might seem easy enough, but then I need you to connect up to here. And that is also very easy. Well, damn. I'm better at this than I thought. It inherently gets its signals, but I will just emphasize the point. And now we shall send these veggies to Manchester and to Liverpool. It seems as long as you have 2 big growing cities, they can generally keep up with each other. It also means I can send Bradley's cattle. Oh, I already sent it up to Manchester. Oh, which means I could have just had this split over to here to bring it up, instead of using this route. Huh. Well, ain't that funny. Doesn't matter though. Get that station out there and get those vegetables flowing. This game is a lot of fun. I shouldn't have to say that. It should be abundantly clear from this ecstatic amount of joy that I'm exuding. But this game is a lot of fun. The days of this track merger is long over. Delete you, have parallel line, at least insofar as this one's concerned. Merge you together here. And have you join up with this. And I will double track you, because this one's going to be going back and forth. Bring signals inherent in the system. On top of that, I'm really satisfied with how I've picked up the game. I thought I'd struggle a lot more with this game in total. But no, it's gone good. Don't need security guards. I do not really want a new station master. I've got a decent station master, so no thanks to you. Saboteur. And an auctioneer. No thanks to either of those. I can't think of anything more British than Tweed and gin. Tweed is very, very British. There was a really good Tweed store in one of my favourite streets in Edinburgh. I, however, don't really go for that kind of look. I don't really go for any kind of look. Right, John Bull, let's make it happen. We have the money, and we have the technology. Go from here to there. And I'm tempted to tell you to go up to the maximum. I think I will, actually, because the longest queue there's going to be is a single train waiting here, or wherever my... yeah, waiting there. And we can handle that. So, there we go. Make it, clone it, grab it. Set up the line, kill Liverpool, add Manchester. This has already been carried over. And go for it. And that'll keep these ones satisfied because they're dropping down a bit, but the addition of vegetables into their diet should improve the situation for both of them. You already get vegetables, so you might yet need something more. But you're going to start getting clothing when you send a Tweed out to Manchester, so that'll work out fine. There is milk. I could bring you some milk. And I have this set up to just happily bring you the milk. Also, by this point, I want to replace all my rockets with the John Bull. If I have any rockets remaining, it's time for them to change out. That's not really the case, though. I've got a lot of really, really short, crummy lines that don't really need a rocket. It's probably not worth it. Especially knowing that the Firefly 222, I can get and replace everything with it. Except it's going to cost me an arm and a bleeding leg. Oh ho, what's this? A connection bonus for bringing more vegetables around. Trouble is, the only people that are really going to want those veggies are Manchester and Liverpool, so connecting you up isn't really going to do me any favours. No, I must try not to let myself indulge in that exploit too much. Lacking supplies here. Did I really not put a Murphy Sea Farm? Okay, well, I'm glad to give you these kinds of alerts, because that reminds me to put down things like that. Buy the Tweed factory for the goal. I do have the money to buy the Tweed factory, this is true. But upgrading it's going to cost even more. I can't do that. Oh, wait. Wait. This production only matters if I'm the one that's making it. I was wondering why it was sitting at 0, despite the obvious production of Tweed. Shin shizzle, I have to buy the thing. Oh, boy. Oh well. If we gotta do it, we gotta do it. No, I don't want your grain farm. Well, I do, but I'm not buying your grain farm. Just build a station, leave it there for eventual use. What do you mean, here in the Tatty farm? I doubt I'll ever use this Tatty farm unless this scenario grows much, much more. I can't help it. I feel like I'm just not... I feel like I'm just leaving the money on the table if I don't do this. There we go, just give me that dosh. More fool you for offering me that bonus. Now, give me that. Oh shoot, there's an auction, but nobody's going to outbid me on this one. I mean, how could they? They can't. Somebody must have had an auctioneer that forced an auction on that one, which could have allowed them to outbid me, but not happening. Now again, if I want to upgrade this... Whoa. The cost is outrageous, but at least I get the money from its operation now. Probably going to be looking at all the locked land, the rivals still waiting. I wonder about that. How are the rivals going to spawn? I mean, this is just giving me a massive head start to build up all of central England here. I think I will upgrade you. I need to produce a lot of tweed, turn that tweed into clothing, and then consume the clothing. So we'll save up for that, expand the tweed farm, and then we'll be good. I might need another line between Liverpool and Manchester. No, surely not. I already have them going. And look at that. If they have this many mail and passengers, then that means there's not enough general goods going between them. Come on, game. Doesn't take that long to give me all this fat loads of dosh. You aren't the industrialist anymore, unless you're playing as the industrialist. Deciding on buying a factory triggers an auction. Ah, I didn't know that. I just thought you straight up couldn't buy them with ease, but there you go. How convenient. Alright, give it to me. There we go. Ooh, we're already making total profit on this thing. Lovely. It's nice seeing the money grow so much. Remember how long we'd have to wait to get that kind of money at the very start of this run? And that wasn't even 2 years ago in-game. It's good to be me. I should really consider bringing in that grain. Nobody gets any barley around here. But the thought of building it over here doesn't seem particularly worth my time. I could have you take that wood down to Liverpool. Liverpool doesn't get wood, nor does it have good access to wood. Means I'd have to... It seems like a good move, actually. Get wood down to Liverpool. I'm going to get good use out of it, but there's some things I need to do. First and foremost, I need to replace you with Johnny B. It doesn't cost me that much. I get almost a full refund on the previous one because it was in good condition. Good nick, as we say. So, you go from the Windsor clearing to Manchester, back to the clearing, and then to Liverpool. Still make sure that you're maxed out there. And there you go. The problem is you're... Well, no, it shouldn't be a problem. You want to go to Liverpool now, don't you? My question is, why are you not grabbing all the wood and going? We know there's plenty of wood there. Says it's being loaded. There we go. You're doing some weird things now. That one wants to be connected up. Well, too bad. I'm actually unsure what you're doing. What if I just delete that? And then I add Manchester. You gonna do that then? I want you to... There we go. Now he's gonna go. Go for it. Great. Give me the dough. These times are tight, lad. Give me the money. Thank you, and goodbye. It's always loading for demand. It waits until Liverpool wants a full train. That can't be true. Liverpool definitely wanted a full train because Liverpool has no wood. It was trying to go to Manchester. So I just switched out Manchester entirely and forced it into Liverpool. Which, honestly, some might think a fate worse than death. Don't know why you had to wait for any of that, though. Suspicious, isn't it? Now, this is something I don't like doing. It's going through this train station, which is just going to add to congestion. But I wasn't going to make a bypass just for that. I could, though. I could have it fork off down to here. That's fork with an R. But I didn't. Also, how money... Holy moly, this thing's going to make me boondollar. And swiftly. And there we go, it is actually working towards our goal now. My mistake. I thought just having it produced was enough. I didn't think I had to produce it in my own factories. Is this game hard to learn, asks B. Lizzie. No, it is very easy to learn. Even signaling, which is one of the harder things I think to pick up on making train routes, is very, very easy. Everything's very easy to learn in this game. And that's really rather nice. Okay, Manchester, are there things that you're demanding that I'm not delivering? You almost want lumber, but nobody gets milk. The milk is right here. Connecting it up wouldn't be the biggest issue in the world. I could bring you over and have you... Oh, this isn't double tracked. But it could be double tracked. Wouldn't be difficult. I'm kind of glad that this ghetto solution worked. They can go up and down these either way they want, switch at the end, and then take whichever one they want here. Good. Good. It gets harder when you scale up for max production, so yeah, and I'm excited at the thought. Anticipation rises up my gizzards at the very thought of having sprawling metropolises that need cartloads upon cartloads of goods just to subsist. I'm very excited at the thought. Liverpool continues to grow, as does Manchester. They are above what they need here, but they're not going to stay above if I don't get them yet. Oh, Crivens. They want whiskey now. Whiskey and cheese. Well, that's cute and all, but I don't really... This is where things might get a little difficult. I couldn't give them whiskey and cheese unless I had places that are set up to produce whiskey and or cheese, which does necessitate growing more and more cities. I'd be surprised if that's going to be necessary in this particular scenario, but I've been surprised before. I mean, Rune Factory 5 came out, that surprised me. I thought after Netherland's bankruptcy we were never going to have another Rune Factory. But sometimes, if you just hope hard enough, things do come true for you. Well, for me. Right, this isn't answering my question. How am I linking up this milk? I would actually like to link you here and double track this and stop having such a ghetto solution. I should wait until it's clear all these trains from it and then switch it out. That way the milk can get in here and then go up and down without interrupting the flow of goods here. This is already double tracked, so it's not like I am opposed to having it signaled. But I'm gonna have to make this work. Alright, well, let's do it then. This is something that I really, really can't praise enough in the game. If you want to tear something down and rebuild it, the game will not punish you. Even all this stuff that I've dug out, I could just tear it away and we'd be okay. And that is so commendable to the game. It's a big part of Factorio's way of doing things, and hey, anyone can commend Factorio on what they do. Alright, this is something that's going to give me a bit of jib, isn't it? How do I connect you two up? Sometimes these Y things give me problems, and this is exactly where I'm gonna have that. I wonder if I couldn't just build yay far. Can I just get rid of you? What's the one to completely remove you? Shift click. Let's have that, and let's try getting rid of this and seeing if I can't connect you in first. Bridge time? Not on my watch, or not if I can avoid it. I think I'm just going to cause myself a different kind of problem at this rate, though. Sometimes this works out easier than other times. Yeah, they don't like having this kind of Y fork out sometimes. I think the two tracks you try to split stop being parallel too soon. These two? Yeah, I could buy that. It might be better just to remake them from scratch here. There's a train on it. But that's alright, I can wait for you to pass. Are you off it now? Good, off you go. Now, let's see how we can make this work. So I clearly want you to get into here. Ta-da! And I want you to follow up and get into there. Oh, not there, not there. Not there either. Come on, game. Into there. Bada bing, bada boom. It's not going to be too happy with me there, is it? Now. Oh, and I certainly don't want to bridge this one around. Oh, why even bother doing it that way? We've got some very suitable tracks right here that I'm, come to think of it, I believe I was already using. And then I can have you come along and come along. Oh, well, isn't that just a thing of beauty? It's not, it's horrific and wastes a lot of space, but at least it doesn't use bridges. And now I can happily bootstrap in the milk flow around here. All I need to do is give it the inherent signals, going the Queen's way, of course. Everybody gets it. I'm going to add additional ones here, just in case they feel the need to stop around here. Hope that doesn't bite me. I can see it biting me if something gets clogged here, but I won't worry about that, because that's the wonderful thing about optimism bias. Things go really well if you believe in it hard enough. I'd rather use the bridge that already exists here. I might actually tear down Murphy's Sea Farm, have this come along like so. Nah, screw it. I'm not gonna. That's too much work. I'd rather just pay the extra. Sexy music playing for some sexy train tracks. And that is the tighter one. And this is the less tight one. And I get a parallel track bonus for the otherwise very expensive bridge. Excellent. Signal it all up, even though it's inherently getting their one-way direction from it. And now Fletcher Cattle can easily provide Manchester and Liverpool. I'm happy with this because these are ghetto setups I made early on that are easily enough being changed out for a growing modern British railway network, which is a complete oxymoron because if you've ever ridden the trains in Britain, you know that they are a complete joke. And we're so resistant to change that the new high-speed rail network I think is just in a constant state of disarray. It's kind of tragic in a way. Bring all the milk you can over to Manchester and clone that and bring everything you can. Oh, whoa, no, cloned again. Bring everything you can, not to Manchester, but to Liverpool. Done and done. Going one stop costs a fortune and is usually interrupted. Going one stop costs a fortune. Oh, right, you mean in British trains. Yes, of course, good lord. I have to very often take, well, whenever I return home, I have to make my way up to Aberdeen some way, somehow. Or sometimes changing in Dundee, and then going further up north. And let me tell you, this section of railway is garbage. Oh, it's horrible. And it's one line as well. They have bypasses, and sometimes you have to stop and wait at them for a long time. And it's the worst at Christmas, because they don't sell seats, they just sell get on our train. And that means if there is, well, if there's no space for a seat, even a seat you've booked, well, you've got to stand in that nasty bit between the carriages. Ugh, gave my seat up for an old lady. I will never make that mistake again. Old lady can stand. If it breaks her hips, I don't care. Hang on, why are there two coming out of here? Oh, that's the fish. That's the milk. And here comes the more milk. Traffic's moving a bit slow, but that's just because of the signalling. It'll pick up. It'll pick up better when I get faster trains. Old lady should have booked a seat. Ah, respect your elders and all that, which is a load of crock. Never inherently respect anybody. Respect should be earned. Well, that's strange. You didn't get rid of all your wood. Why are you keeping 2 loads of wood? You're keeping some of that wood as you head back to the clearing to pick up more wood. Shouldn't I tell you in Liverpool to drop off everything? I thought you picked up wood based on the need for Liverpool, but... oh well, you do you. The Dutch ban has nothing to brag about. Their high-speed trains go so slow, don't even utilize half their speed. Well, I heard something about 2021 meant to be the year of the rail for Europe. I imagine that's been pushed back, but I'd be really excited at the prospect of large-scale investment in train lines across Europe once more. It kind of really slouched down thanks to the onset of cheap airfare. Or cheap flights. But I think people are now cottoning on that flying is horrible. Like, after all these years, humans mastered flight, and we managed to make it the most god-awful experience possible. I don't mind flying that much, but I really mind going through an airport. Whereas a train, provided it's a good train, is maximum comfy. There was an overnight service from somewhere in Scotland to London. I've never tried it, but I'd like to try it someday. Unless it doesn't exist, then I'll be pretty sad. Oh my. Okay, I don't get anywhere near enough sheep's wool here. Tell me about this route. Why is this showing me the Wensley clearing to Manchester route? Why do you go from the Fraser? What is going on with this? Okay, for some reason I thought you had wood on you. I must have been looking at the old train. But no, you're chock full of sheep's wool. But I'm interested in the route. Tell me about the route. It takes 10 weeks. 10 weeks to deliver 8 bits of wool. The thing is, our demand for wool in 10 weeks is going to be double that, and then some. Yeah, demand for wool is double that, so I'm going to double you. Ching! And now I'm going to slightly regret having a single line put in here, but you don't really have to regret in this game, because you can just figure out ways to deal with it. Game didn't like that. There we go. Get all that constructed. Really nice that it remembers the lines that you've set up, so you don't have to remake them if you accidentally demake them. You're all supply towered up, right? There's a supply tower right there. Should keep everybody hunky-dory. Bradley's cattle to Liverpool doesn't stock up on that much. It's a bit inefficient doing it that way, but well, I'm sure it'll survive. The alternative is to increase the size of Bradley's cattle, but I don't think I want to do that. Jake, the Caledonian Sleeper leaves from Edinburgh. My father-in-law went on it once and said it was pretty nice. Yeah, I'd love to do that. I don't know how much it would cost, though. It's one of the problems with trains in Britain. They cost so much. I think there's a route from the north of Scotland to the south of England that will cost you £1,000 to ride. £1,000! Probably get a taxi for cheaper than that. There we go. Bring in the dough. Oh, jings, I actually do have express trains. How much money are my trains making these days anyway? Show me the highest earners. 6 grand, 5 grand, 4 grand, 4 grand, 4 grand. That's pretty good. I mean, I've had more, but I've had more with much faster trains. I'm saving up the 300 for the Firefly. Although it would be even better as somebody else getting it and me stealing it from them. Still never connected up this grain, and I have way too much money, so I should probably be doing that. Nottingham could start growing relatively big time if I started supplying it with actual stuff. But I can't bring them these pigs, despite their desire for the pig. But bringing them this grain is not out of the question. Can we slither our way along here and grab ourselves that grain? It's a little bit expensive, but I'll do it for Nottingham. I've got a friend from Nottingham. I'll do it for you. This one's for you, Dave. Not his actual name. Don't make a habit of naming my naming my friends on stream. I don't know if they'd care, but I would care. I don't want to use the rocket anymore. I want to eventually replace these horrible trains with the Firefly when we get access to them. Make sure that you are always fully stocked and get going. Nottingham should be quite hungry for grain. Wow, actually their weekly demand is tiny. But at least I'll be the one delivering it to them. And Nottingham can have a maintenance thing. And Nottingham will be the next one that we upgrade out of everything. Wait, didn't I say Birmingham would be? Ah, cack and crocket. Birmingham's in a much better position to feed. Oh, but I can't go through here, so it's a moot point for now. There she goes. Wouldn't there be a newer and faster engine available? There will be, when I get this. But that's a ways away. Ooh, crumbs. I would actually need another innovation to get that anyway. And all of these are really expensive. Jing's advancements are pricey. Train loading. Probably just waiting for Wrexham to want more meat. Wrexham makes all this meat, but they're probably a bit bummed out they got nowhere to put it all, because Birmingham also makes meat. I'd love to buy over the meat factory and just tear it down. Well, I mean, that is an option. There's not enough cider down this side. And look at the apples here. I could further send apples over to Birmingham and get Birmingham supplied with cider. Somehow they get cider, though. Where they're getting it from, I don't know. Probably being carted over some way, somehow. Dark Young is saying, Jake, you seem to be really enjoying the game. What is it that's so enjoyable, and is there anything you feel is missing? It scratches the same itch that Patrician 4 scratches with regards to being a logistical simulator, but in addition a set of ships that has trains, and there's no sane person on Earth who doesn't like trains. Trains are really cool. I wouldn't say I'm infatuated with them, but come on, they're big, they're strong, they haul things that are many times their own mass. Even these old ancient trains, this is the most crummy ancient train that we have available to us. And look at that bad boy go. Wait, is this the oldest, crappiest one? Yes, yes it is. It's the old rocket. As for what's missing, I'd like a bit more data. I would like to get a bit more data with regards to the value of goods that flow. But I'm sure if I put some effort in, I could just strangle that data out of the game. Okay, with this, Nottingham should be growing up. Oh, Express Line in danger. Somebody's managed to get their mitts on the next level of train. So of course, I want to send a spy to get that research. I just have to guess who has it, and I'm going to guess Roger Smith as usual. I think he's the softest target to steal from, which is how you should do it. If you're going to steal from somebody weaker than you. Also solves the biggest problem from Patty and Port Royal. No combat. Oh god, yes. Combat in both of those games sucked significant amounts of ass. Okay, we are very slowly going with that tweed. But we'll go faster the more of this wool we get in here. I'm surprised you're actually out of wool. How are we having... Oh, what did I steal? Oh, I stole some upholstery. So we can get more passengers waiting around for it. Damn it, I wanted the Firefly. I'm a long way away from getting it. But I'll be patient and I will get it. Much like I will get all of this wool. Is the problem that we don't produce enough wool? It is. Right, can I buy you? No, you're the one that I need to buy. Oh, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll buy you. It might be considerably cheaper to connect you up and get the wool down to Liverpool. But that would mean going through the likes of Leeds and changing this up or making an alternate line. Yeah, an alternate line that brings me through to you wouldn't be the end of the world. Is there any other source of wool? Well, none that are available to me inside the space that I have. Yeah, what's the point in having money if you don't flaunt it? Fraser, sell me your wool. Somebody else could try and buy it if they really wanted to, but they're not going to because they're not even on the map. Ka-ching. Now, I don't think that cost me all the money it said it would. I think I've got that 20% discount on my auctions because I have an accountant. 26% reduction on things that I auctioned for. So that was not the worst deal in the history of Liverpool. And now I can expand the business and produce enough to just barely keep up with my tweed, provided the trains run on time. So let's channel our inner Mussolini and have them do exactly that. Jings, I just made the Fraser estate owners millionaires there, in terms of modern money. Just because I'm a good guy. Yeah. For reference, if I'd bought this one instead, would have been almost half the price. Ooh. You don't need that additional innovation to unlock the Firefly. I want the... Oh yeah, you're right, I cut off from that, but I was going to get that anyway with what I stole. Stealing a Firefly just would have been so much more oomph, because I gotta wait a long time to get those points. Conductors might be nice, they might be very nice, but I do not care about staffing up for scenarios. I'm going to care about staffing up for my big one. Big run, rather. I thought Japan was going to be a thing at one point. I'm actually not so sure if I'm going to want to do additional scenarios after this. This feels really slow and serene, but if I was going to have this, I'd rather have it contributing towards the big Perfect Hansa 2.0. So I might not bother with the other ones, even though going to Australia seems like a lot of fun. It just might not be. I mean, look at this. I know exactly what I have to do, and I'm doing it. It's just humdrum waiting whilst I'm penned in by limitations here. So, I've said this before, I don't think Gaming Minds can do good scenario play in their games, even though they can otherwise make great games. Unless somebody tells me that one of the other scenarios is absolutely phenomenally good and I really should play it, I might just skip straight to doing the perfect Hansa in Germany. So consider that a challenge, anybody out there who is... Wesley Clearing could be mine? Oh yes, 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 that's a great deal. Excellent, now all the money of Wesley Clearing goes into my back pocket. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I am very excited for the Gross Hansa stream. I need a good name for it. Perfect Hansa 2.0 is the best I've come up with, and that is as uninspired as Love Day. Makes me feel dirty for even thinking of that as a name. Nice to see Manchester Station be so busy. Porters, passengers in every city. Ka-ching, I'll have that. You've given someone the equivalent of £12 million for their farm. Yeah, but you couldn't buy somebody's farm for £12 million today. Farmers are filthy rich in the UK. And as a general rule, they've all gone to other countries to live out their wealth. Just while denying anyone and anything, any rights around their farm back home. Perfect Victorian Hansa, not too long-winded. Holy Railroad Empire, stretching it. Hanseatic Renaissance, no. Train's still loading with the apples. I don't really think I want to auction out these places, not with the prices they're going to be demanding. 300,000, I'll pass. Still, with the increase of the flow of sheep's wool, the weaving factory should be doing just fine, but I don't have the million to double up its production further still. Liverpool and Manchester are stagnating, but they're stagnating at massive levels, so it should be okay. What I would love to know is a bit more information on how the passenger and mail flow is. I can go to here, and I can check the passenger flow from Liverpool, and I can go, oh, I guess there are 24 people who every week want to go to Manchester from Liverpool. What about vice versa? Oh, about 24 people. But am I fulfilling that demand? I don't know, because I don't even know how many people fit on one of these blessed trains. The best hint I've got here is that this one's running a little bit empty, so I'm going to assume that I'm actually meeting demand right now. Perfect Rail Hansa. Simple, though a tad boring. It's a little too simple. The thing is, Perfect Hansa was short, sleek, elegant, sexy. If you knew what the Hansa was, you know you're getting perfection. Great. Very thematic as well, because it was all about the Hanseatic League. Anything that involves Hansa here is already a bit of a stretch. The Hanseatic League does even still exist today, but not in any meaningful way. Naming things can be difficult. Mussolini's dream? Well, we're not touching Italy here. Come to think of it, Italy isn't even in the game. I wonder if they're doing an Italian expansion at some point. I wonder how Gaming Minds Development Studios is divided up. I'd be kind of interested in poking my nose into that, even though my nose doesn't belong there. Consumption of wood is pretty low, so I don't need to expand Wesley Clearing. Nottingham, do you want any wood? Far from it, you need 40k for that. Actually, I'm surprised I'm not growing Nottingham. They're lacking either fish or apples for that. And there are apples over here. I could bring Clark Manor down and start growing Nottingham. And that's almost a very clever thing to do, given I've got more money than I know what to do with right now. And just like that, the decision was made. But wait, I said I didn't want to do Nottingham. I said I wanted to do Birmingham. Birmingham needs fish, apples, or barley. Any of those will do. And we've got apples right here. Oh, they already get apples. They need fish or barley. That's a little tougher. There's fish over there, but I don't have access to them, do I? Nope. There's barley here. I could bring barley down to Birmingham. The first thing I'm going to do in anticipation of the future is tear down Birmingham and give them a train station with signaling control. Not a large one. I'm not made of generosity. Made of fire. Oh, cribbins, it can be hard to tell if this thing's going to fit in or not. Easy does it. Easy does it. Right, if that doesn't fit, then I don't know what to say. Booyah. Let's go with that. Just like that, Birmingham is set up for the oncoming revolution. Let's get them their wheat. It's not wheat, it's barley. What's the difference between wheat and barley? I'm not big on my horticulture, so these kinds of questions easily evade me. God, that's a lot to spend on some bridging, but whatever, I'll spend it. Well, that is something, isn't it? Fortunately, that's the only line you need if I only want one line going with barley, but this one needs to be doubled up. And Nottingham's a bit of a disgrace here. Yeah, however you cut it, this one needs to double line it, doesn't it? Yeah. Too rough. I'll just get rid of all of it. Make myself a new rail line. Oh, the R button does something. So what's the opposite of the R button? Oh god, not tab. No, not tab. The R button seems to just zoom in quite a bit. Interesting. But altogether rather useless. Ah, I've made life hard for myself, haven't I? Because you don't like this corner. Admittedly, that is way too tight for any train to reasonably take. But that's alright, easily fixed. Wait, do I even want to do this? Do I want to double line this out? Of course I want to double line it. This grain is going both ways. Why am I even trying to link them together here? Ah, crumbs. Can I just get rid of you? Easier on my mind than doing it another way. There you go. Happy, enjoy. Have yourself a brand new supply tower. And now you can go out to both ways. Although, thinking about it, they're both going to go whichever way, and that is not very future-proof. But for now, it will supply Birmingham. Oh, I don't like thinking like that. I really don't like thinking like that. I should definitely be doubling you up. It's just being too lazy even for me. Oh, hello, same problem as before. The bank has generously given me all this money. I should be putting it to use, of course. This I don't think I mind sharing, because the cost of this bridge lark. Yeah, I guess I don't have a big problem doing it that way. So that should be okay. Wait, what the heck did I even do here? Oh, I've gone and confused myself is what I've done. Yeah, these should be merging into two. Right. Right. Don't worry, I'll figure out what I'm doing eventually here. Can't count to 3 anymore? Yeah. I'm getting an attack of the Gabes here. Right. Right. You two guys need to merge into one set of 2 here. No ifs, no buts, no cocoa nuts. Let's just trim you up like so. It's free to do so, so I'm not too fashed about that. Let's start by connecting. What the? Yeah, no thanks to that. Get the tighter one done first, and the less tight one done. Which suddenly makes connecting you guys tighter, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Didn't I say something about finally getting better at doing this? Such avarice. Wonder if this would be possible if I did it from further down the line. Coming out like so. And then getting you stuck into here at some point. That's a big old no, but maybe I can do it from the other way. That's also a no. This whole turn just makes this rather unpleasant for them. Okay, that's not good. That is not good, but I can branch it off at an earlier point. You know what? The whole problem, as with most things in life, is Nottingham. Bye-bye, Nottingham. Let's just do this a little differently, shall we? Maybe Nottingham needs a bigger station as well. I don't plan on growing Nottingham that much, but since I have this kind of money these days, it might not be too much of an ask to give them a lovely station with a proper signalling control. Trouble is, even that pushes out a little too far for my liking. Kinda doesn't give me any extra room to play with either. Perhaps I could make a little more space here. Oh, now I'm cutting into its, now I'm cutting into that part of the signal, aren't I? So there's only so far I can cut away at. Cut. There's also the idea of giving it a terminal station, which could branch off a little easier, but there are various reasons to not like that either. Can you make do with that? Probably also no. But I could actually just make this tighter, couldn't I? Spending way too long obsessing over this. But that's kind of what we do on this channel. Well, I say we, it's what I do on this channel. Obsession. A game comes out, it interests me, I get obsessed with it. And I got no problem with that. Don't know why this is a problem for you. Oh, it's not. Good. Bully. Alright, if that's truly the tightest point for you, then this should be okay. And hallelujah, we got it done. And we got it done right. And we can do it the Queen's way as well. Glorious. Didn't I destroy your supply tower while I was doing this? I feel like I did. Here's a replacement. Now, what did I do all that for? The grain should still be flowing between Maghmara and Nottingham. Although I click on this and it tells me that nothing is. Maghmara, do you have any trains flowing at all? Utilization 0? What's up with that? Maybe I need to unpause for it to figure it out. There we go. Wait, no, that's just telling me Nottingham and Manchester. That sounds even worse. The other side is unconnected, Jake. Looks pretty connected to me. Connected, 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 connected. And this all looks very connected. Oh, the other side of the station. Excellent point, thank you. Son of a gun. It's ever so slightly off. There we go. Ah, just as planned. Really though, didn't I have a Maghmara to Nottingham already? I could have sworn I did. Where did it go? Well, you've got lots of grain. Maybe the train got deleted by what I was doing. It's not impossible. Oh well, we'll sort all that out. Get John Bull on the case. And go from here to here. And when you're in the Maghmara Manor... if you wait for full load, then you might really clog up this other one. So I'll just have you do it automatically. And then... anything interesting here? That's a no. I shall clone you. And instead of Nottingham, we'll have Birmingham. And Birmingham will get the maximum. There we go. Ah, done and done right. Can I safely assume we've already had German Democratic Railway? We'll be getting to that, potentially after we've done with this. Okay, good. That was 5 minutes of slight pain. But we got it done, and for that, Birmingham is going to start growing. The only thing it would still want is fish, but it's not getting its fish. And as we carry on, the Tweed continues to flow. Oh no, it's slightly off. I have a feeling the free play stream will be full of those. Well, we had a slightly off with our Patrician 4 Perfect Hansa stream, and I think we spent the guts of like 12 hours redesigning our hub-based distribution network. I can't remember if we ended up settling for a hub system or a dual hub system. Uh-oh, never a good sign when I see this. Why are you two facing off against each other? Why are you even here? Why does Nottingham to Manchester go up through here? This couldn't make much less sense. What the hell's with that routing? What are you doing? That looked like much of a signalling error to me. You come along here, and for some reason you thought the way to Manchester was through this. No. What? Do I not have a good Nottingham to Manchester run or something? Well, given that I was fiddling about with this, it's entirely possible that when I deleted the track to there, this happened. And how do you reset a train? Is there even a way to reset a train? Clone and delete. Maybe. I don't think I have a way out of this, given these two are just staring each other down right now. What I can do is delete this bit of track. Oh, I can delete the locomotive itself. The train will be refunded, the loaded freight will be returned. Okay, that makes sense. So I can just clone you, delete you, and there we go. Best leave well enough alone. And yeah, that doubtlessly happened because of the moment that I didn't have this connected, so I went, oh Christ, there's no valid route to Nottingham. I know, I'll go and charge my way into the Wensley clearing, which has already paid back half of what I paid for it, simply by me owning and operating it. That, I gotta say, is a good deal for me. I don't have to say it, but I am saying it. I'd love to see if there was another way to reset a train. Maybe under train list? Not seeing it. Not seeing it at all. I think he was using Wensley clearing to turn around. Possibly. That's interesting. You're running around with still some cider on you. I hope that doesn't become a problem. Well, I'm sure we'll sort it out. Trains are waiting. Waiting for what? You're being loaded. That's alright, I told you to wait to till you fill up entirely for Nottingham. Wait for Nottingham? For Nottingham, you do not need a full batch. I want the full batch for Birmingham. So then they'll probably depart with that, which is a bit of a waste, but I'd rather not hold up the other one. It's either that or I make this a bigger station. And let's face it, that's a lot of money to spend for making this a bigger station. I've got too much money. A problem many people wish they had. But those with it, probably not so much. The fact that I'm not investing bothers me. But the problem is that I've already kind of connected everything up here. Yeah, I've connected up every city and every reasonable industry. Unless Manchester wants concrete or something. They want paper. I don't even know how you'd make paper. Upgrade station with terminal ones. There's no point right now. I don't have choke points or the like. Well, I tell you what, actually. Giving Leeds a dual line would actually be quite nice for a change. Because look, it cuts off here before it gets into it. Who are you even? Manchester to Leeds? And Manchester to Leeds too. Wow, I gave them 2 lines? That's unusually generous for me. I don't think I wanted to pay to go across here a second time. Right, once you clear off, I am actually going to change this out. Actually, I'm going to wait for you to clear that signal. And then I'm going to go, ha-ha. And I cannot do that, probably because that's where the train is going. Okay, I'll wait for you to get in and out, no mucking about. Hello Jake, it's a beautiful day for ragtime and exploitation. There's no exploitation going on here. I'm providing people with jobs. Lots of jobs, in fact. Jing, so many people must have absolutely hailed the coming of the railway as a jobs creator. Speed you up so you get out of my face. Alright, here we go. Now, let us get rid of this nonsense. By which I mean getting rid of Leeds. and replace it with a regular train station complete with signaling control. Holy moly, that's big. Here we go, Leeds. We owe this to you at least, I'm sure. Train signaling. I'm sure there's going to be more to this campaign. There's probably going to be a part where Scotland opens up and that angry and very obviously Scottish looking guy is going to start hurling insults at us. Scots are in a funny position, aren't they? You can absolutely be as racist as you want against them, and no one's gonna mind. Oh, that's divine retribution. We Scots are abhorrently racist. There we go. In spite of that, I'm doing all I can to help out poor Leeds, and even Hull, despite calling it hell. There we go. And that leaves me a good opportunity to flick Leeds further up north to connect with others. I will want to double route you into Hull as well. Let's just prepare for that eventuality, and once this train is gone, I shall complete the double line into Hull as well. Hull struggles a bit. Hull just doesn't quite get everything it needs. It wants barley or fish. And I'm afraid you just can't quite have either right now. Until then, I can fill the gaps. He's leaving, you big pleb. Alright, chew bloody chew for you. Alright, Hull, away you go. And let's see what can be done with you. Big improvement for Hull. I really like these train station with signaling stations. Worth every bloomin' penny. This isn't gonna quite connect the way I want it, will it? Never does, but I shall try. Actually, that looks like it is perfectly connectable. Yay. On the plus side, you get just about every penny back. 43 grand. And let's see, how much would it cost to connect you up? 46 grand. And you can't because of problems. Well, how about... Oh wow, you really want to elevate for that, don't you? I guess it needs a certain amount of elevation before it can consider even clearing a bridge. Alright, back to the drawing board with how we deal with Hull here. Train station, signaling control, Hull... I guess I could just swing it out a bit more. Don't want to swing it out too much, though. I want you to move away a bit first. There, good enough. Expensive, sure, but good enough. It's just a single line going between the two, and I want you to get away a bit. Yeah, go figure. And it's not going to accept that until you get out of my way. There we go. Birmingham grows. Okay. And... hallelujah. There we go. Yeah, with that, it wouldn't even be too much to connect up this wool thing, but, you know, I already paid through the nose and expanded the other one. Haven't heard from our mentor for a while. Hopefully he's delighted by the network that we've set up in Central England. Is this Central England? It was always a very confusing term for me to hear on television when, especially the BBC would keep going on about the North. And I was like, oh, well, you don't get much more northern than here. But no, they didn't mean Scotland. They meant the north of England, which is very, very far south from where I was. Confusing for a kid. No suitable freight. Well, why are you doing anything then? The McMurra Manor to Nottingham. You're going to be a problem for me for a while. Okay, I will expand you then. And this will allow both of you to get your goodies here. I'm going to connect you up like so. I'm going to get rid of this signal. How do I do that again? Control click, away you go. And then we're going to have you guys switch to your heart's content. There, and then you can come in and out. And I can tell the Mahmara Manors you that when you're at Mahmara Manor, grab maximum. There we go. Save and done. Because otherwise it's just wasting time and money going back and forth. No, Jake, the actual North, not Scotland. The North, Jake. That is called the North. You need more signals near Hull. Did I not signal Hull up? Oh, didn't signal it up at all. Well spotted. Oh, bollocks. Oh, massive amounts of bollocks. I accidentally all the signals here in the wrong direction. Fortunately, I can just delete the entire track and remake it quite simply. I don't think that cost me anything, and this time actually do the signals in the correct way. There we go. Looking good, looking really good. And something that I particularly like in all of this is all the early stuff that I set up is running like a dream. I've not been getting any jip out of this. Even though Liverpool comes out of the south on a single track. Which is kind of unbelievable that it's even working.
A great part of the resistance we are facing seems to be caused by canal operators. Obviously, they are angry about the missed profits lost to our new lines. Do not be deterred. They are outdated. Keep going, and you will even convince the skeptics.
Okay, but I doubt I'm going to convince the canal operators. New tasks gained, though. Transport 800 freight cars to towns. It's a shame it's not been keeping count this whole time. It's just burning time at this rate. Have I unlocked anywhere new? I have. Northampton and Oxford. Never been to Oxford. Went to Cambridge, but not Oxford. I'm under the impression they're kind of going to be much the such. Much and such the same. Alright, how am I going to do this? I think I'll just sort this out for passenger rail. So I'll give them a regular train station with signalling control. You'll need a way down to Oxford, won't you? Hopefully this won't be too offensive for you. And I'll give you a double line heading out there, because I can't think of anywhere better this is going to go. Good enough. Apparently passenger rail and mail train makes loads of money, but I just find it so hard to get enough information on those things to make a judgment call on it. Alright, that gives you an opportunity to connect up with Pittsburgh when the time comes. Actually, I can't help but wonder, could I connect to Pittsburgh? Like, really dodgily? I could connect them to a warehouse. If I can do a warehouse... Okay, no, I can't do a signaling thingamajigger. What a shame. Oh well, get ourselves another JB. JB engine goes from here to here. And you'll be automatic, I honestly don't care. Do what seems right. If somehow one gets goods that the other might want, they won't, because they both do meet. Then they'll do that. And then finally we connect up Oxford. Things are going really smoothly here. Too smoothly, frankly. Makes me hunger for... Ooh. We got a good name for the German one yet? Because I sure don't. I just wish I did. Go JB. Set up JB with these two, and off you trot. That's not going to assist my... Come to think of it. Oh, Christ. Oxford's making meat as well. Can any of you make anything useful? Evidently not. We're far away from Appletown. I could bring apples to Brummie and buy out the meat industry and replace it with my own... The tailors in Manchester. Oh, that is a good deal for a tailor there. The problem is not many people consume those clothes, but what if clothes have a good value? Yeah, I'll take it anyway. And good point, there are two things that I missed on those. Signals for one. And a supply tower for the second. And I suppose a third, they don't have any sort of maintenance. So supply tower 1, supply tower dues, and it only really matters to give one to Northampton for now, so Northampton gets the maintenance shack. Dutch Democratic Railways, the most efficient Germany. Well, I'm tempted to start out in Danzig and conquer Germany by rail. Because I was looking at the starting points, and I thought if you start in central Germany, you just have access to everything. Probably going to be too easy. Whereas if I start in Danzig, you're kind of off to the side. So something around Danzig conquering Germany sounds quite... Railordnung. Ah, that's so close to good, quintuple, but it's pretty bad. I also lost my train of thought. Birmingham. Birmingham is growing. Also, wasn't there an auction? Oh, please tell me I bought this. I did buy it. Okay, good. Total profits already. Expanding the business doesn't seem worth my time, but I should make sure that there's always tweed coming in. The thing is, Liverpool produces tweed. Why are you not getting the tweed up here? Perhaps it could be that Manchester does need more running between them. But no, you've got all that tweed. And it's not like you use a ton of the tweed. You should have plenty for export. And again, only Manchester should be needing it. So I'm a little confused why there'd be any kind of trouble. Liverpool to Manchester is bringing all the tweed it can, but it's not a lot of it. This is congested. Too congested for my liking. Well, they're trying their best. And you're telling me you guys don't have supplies? Let me sort that for you. In a very inconvenient place for everybody. Have you considered starting in Austria? No. Nobody likes Austria, so it doesn't make sense to go there. Reporter? Nah. A spy? Yes. Get me what Smith has. A bandit. You know, I've not tried banditing before. Let's do it. Let's steal the mail from... Nobody likes Beatrix, so let's... Oh, none available? I guess they don't exist on the map, so we can't be doing that. What a shame. Get me that train. Yeah, I'm surprised that we're getting so little tweed. Maybe it's because I'm not getting enough wool in, but I should be. Look at all the wool that's just flowing in. So much wool that I'm gobbling up every last bit of it. And if I make 1.6 per week, and I consume 1.6 per week, we should have a perfect cycle of it. I got an Adler. What's an Adler? Oh, I got an Adler 2-2. Can't say I'm interested, I'm afraid. Gonna have to keep saving up those points. If you're going to be starting in Prussia, you could name it Bismarck Rail for simplicity. Railway Pact? Not the worst. I'm not replacing anything with this Adler. I want the Firefly, and I will get my Firefly. Yeah, okay, this freight shouldn't take long at all, but it'll take less time if I start bringing these apples over to Birmingham. And Birmingham's not the only one that wants apples. Northampton and Oxford also would like some. you do make a ton of apples. Tell you what, I will even expand your station for you. That way anybody who's anybody can come in and get them. Just. Lovely. Alright, let's get those apples out. Birmingham, Northampton, and Oxford, we can apple all of them up. Or can we? What's the demand on apples? Pretty low. Should be able to handle all of them. This might be a bit intense for you, but let's get on it. John Bull, make it so. Moon Farm to Brummy. Is it Brummy? I feel like it should be Brummy. We'll make that, confirm it, clone it, accept it, edit it, kill Birmingham, replace it with Northampton, accept it, clone it once more, and this time replace Northampton with Oxford. They are going to go through each other, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure it'll be okay. Plus there are plenty of apples here for everybody to pick up. 8 at a time, that's 3 entire train loads, and by the time the last one gets going, there'll probably be another train load worth ready to rock and roll. Look at those guys go. It's going to suck if any of them want the material, want supply there, because they're going to clog up the lines, but I wanted it somewhere that everybody could get it, including the people from Turner Fattening. You should start in proper Germany, i.e. the Habsburg lands. What if I say we shouldn't? Sucks to go through Birmingham and not use a bypass, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal unless the passenger lines are getting in the way. And I like to only do passenger lines city to city. If you're more in the mind of open transport... What are you slowing down for? Keep moving. If you're in the minds of Transport Tycoon or Transport Fever, you might think the further you transport somebody, the better the money, but no, it doesn't matter. Somebody might want to go from Birmingham all the way up to Middlesbrough, but they will happily change around. They will happily go to Wrexham, and then catch one to Liverpool, and then catch one to Leeds, and then go from Leeds to Middlesbrough. They'll still be happy. And they will pay you every step of the way. Gdansk for the memories. Riga. No, it doesn't extend up to Riga, sadly. Ooh, another spy, another chance to get myself that technology. Katharina Gauthier. Hit up Roger and get me that tech. It might be that Roger doesn't even have the tech. I'm not that far away from it either. This freight stuff will be done in no time, and that money will continue to pile up. Again, I feel bad not spending it, but where would I spend it at this point? Ooh, mechanical interlocking towers, give me. I'm disappointed the map doesn't have Exeter. It's quite an important train station. Well, they can't have everything. I doubt they'd ever make everybody happy. Oh, baby, I did! I stole the Firefly! Oh, we are in the money. The Firefly is such an upgrade. It's 15 kilometers per hour faster than the old John Bull, and it is more than twice as fast as the old Rocket, and it's still... its suitability is for Expressed, but it's not that much lower in power from the John Bull. So I think we'll just splurge and replace everything with it. Le Continente doesn't seem like an upgrade at all. Maybe it's cheaper. But again, the game's not very forthcoming with the information. It looks cooler, I'll give it that. Looks more sleek and sexy, but the Firefly has a more earthly charm to it that I find endearing. So we're going to go Fireflying. The Firefly will replace... what will it replace? Everything. all of my passenger lines should become express now, unless they get clogged up with signals. What is the train underneath? The Jarvis 420? Looks like it's good for heavy-duty loads with that 36% power, but I am of little concern there. I'm just happy that we managed to steal the train designs. That was very powerful. That's a year's worth of research right there. That was over £1 million, and we had over £1 million. It's funny the way the world works. Oh, hey, the bank will even give us another loan of £1 million. We don't need it though, so there's very little point in just piddling the money away. A surveyor, on the other hand, oh, I like surveyors. Except I don't plan on doing any tunnels, so I'm not going to buy myself a surveyor. Oh, this is going well enough, but I think all I really have to do is fast forward. You know, here's a thought. Those pigs. You make a lot of pigs. You make a hell of a lot of pigs at the fattening station, because you're level 3. Birmingham and Northampton and Oxford all like their pigs. I could, would, and potentially should big up Turner Fattening and have them plug out loads of trains of meat to Birmingham, Northampton and Oxford. Well, if not anywhere else, at least to Birmingham. And then again, they all already get access to the meat and they don't have anywhere to actually export it to. So I don't think I'd... Oh, I could get an industry in Sligo. Ooh, but I am not even there. Yeah, I didn't have access to it, so don't... I've heard of giving me an offer I can't refuse, but giving me an offer I can't accept. Now that's a power play. Right, are you making your suits yet, Manchester? You are. Ooh, and that profit. Weed is always in style. Oh boy, a promoter. I see big things in the future for Birmingham, so I'm actually going to promote Brummie. No, not Aberdeen. Much as I'd like to be in Aberdeen. Not in real life, God no, but on the map. Did I went past it, didn't I? There's all sorts of consolitis in the UI here, but this game was also made for console. I think you can get it on the Xbox. Aberdeen, the fortress of Aberdeen. God, it's ridiculous. This kind of mapping for Aberdeen is ridiculous, but I'm only saying that because I know Aberdeen, right? I'm not the one jumping out saying that South America is ridiculous. I'll leave that to TBW. But at least it's ridiculous in an amusing manner. How on earth does one play this with console, on console? With some difficulties, I imagine. Okay, I have a good opportunity to buy up whatever I want in Birmingham, because this time I actually have the money for it. I could make another cider industry. A lot of places down here would benefit from cider, and they don't currently get it. And I'm having a hard time saying no to that. Give me the cider. Give me the chocolate. There we go. It's my cider now. Do I actually have apples running here? I'm pretty sure I do run the apples to Birmingham. So now Birmingham can share their delicious cider with Northampton and Oxford. In fact, I feel like Birmingham's going to be a big throughput area. Wait, you didn't have a maintenance building? Oh, good God. Let's do that. Let's also expand the station. And now it's not such a big deal if Birmingham even runs all the way to Oxford, because at least then you can put the you could put the cider down there, and then Oxford could start growing. Yeah, Oxford's just a few nips of cider away from growing. No, they're not. They have cider. Where are they getting cider from? London. Damn you, London. Market Crier. Nah, not worth it, although it does last for 12 weeks. Leave it to the Germans to point out that their map is unrealistic. One of the trees is off by a meter. It's one of the reasons why I think Germany was the superior map to Great Britain here. I think Great Britain has a lovely challenge in terms of making a full free play run, in that a lot of it is horrible to build on. I mean, imagine bringing Fort William up to a metropolis. Look, it's on a glorified island here. Yeah, say nothing of getting all the way up to Thurso with all the infrastructure it needs. Good grief, it looks muckle unpleasant. And the irony of Fort Aberdeen being one of the hardest places to build up. Can't really say much about Englandshire, it's all fairly easy to work with. Maybe not so much Wales, but come on, this is surmountable. The thing is, the German map is really big and zoomed in, so you can get a lot of detail going in there. Oh, what's everybody moaning about? This is a real choke line. It's for freight and for passengers, and it is heaving. It is way too busy. However, at least now everyone's a lot faster, so the throughput shouldn't suffer too much. He says as he watches the throughput sit there doing a whole lot of nothing. I'd love to redesign it, but I'm not sure I care enough to do that because we're almost up at the 800 freight cars thing. Jake, you have a spy. It's spy versus spy time. Right, Beatrix, give me the goods. I've also got a lot of innovation to spend, and I said I didn't want the continent. In fact, nothing seems better than a good old Firefly right now. I got Jervis. Oh, well, I didn't want Jervis, but you'd probably be better as a freight train.
The importance of the railway with reference to traffic of commodities can't be argued away. And finally, the way to London is clear.
I see, but only London. Connect London and Liverpool. Well, that should be dead easy. Wait, London and Liverpool? Fair enough, I'd kind of forgotten all about Liverpool, been too much thinking about Birmingham these days. We managed to grow Birmingham massively there, look. Probably because we've covered it in fertilizer. In any case, it can be easily linked up if I just slam you into Oxford, and slam I shall. It's tempting to make London a terminal, but it can go down further to the likes of these ones. So, let's just give you a train station and signalling control from London. I didn't mind my time in London so much, but I wouldn't be able to spend a lot of time there. I don't like cities. Especially not capital cities. I just straight up slam you in there.
If you succeed in flourishing in the capital as well, it should help to overcome even the last resistance and to facilitate the construction of railways in the future considerably. In a metropolis like London, it could get quite confusing. The locomotive engines start to impede each other gradually. You could create some space and upgrade your train station with signalling control. The points operators will take care of the traffic so it runs more smoothly.
Excuse me, we are over 3 hours into this and you're now telling me to use signals. I really feel like something's missing here. So, London needs to grow to a population of a lot, 100,000. That's more than any of the other cities, which is kind of intimidating. If it needs to go that big, then I should get it its maintenance thing, expand it further. And, geez, actually getting you up to 100k is going to be tricky. You're going to need cider, you're going to... Oh, well, you have cider. Sweet. And you've got all the apples right there. You'll get the meat from Oxford, so I'll straight away just have an auto train running between you and Oxford. A good old... No, not John Bull anymore. The Firefly. What did I do? Firefly by London, Oxford, automatic. I don't even care what you do, just pull it. And you know what? If we really want London to thrive, well, we're given values of wanting. Let's give it a, ooh, I wonder if this will work actually. If I throw you down here, there's a lot not to like about that setup. How about that? There's fish there, barley there. Do I have access to this area? I do. Oh, ho, ho. Right, I could bring in a lot of crap from here and flood London with it. Well, that's all the more reason to establish myself a big warehouse here. I'll just have it line up with London, why not? Now, I suspect that these apples are going to go in here and be used by London, no matter how I cut it. That could be quite useful. And I'm just going to do this the lazy man way to grow London. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the bottom. But I could just set this up so that we feed that in there. Is that the only one I'm going to want fed in there? I don't like that. I do not like that. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And have you feed into here instead. There we go. Get ourselves a... Firefly's very expensive for such a useless thing. I could just have a... Hell, I could even have a Jervis? No, the Jervis is mega expensive. This is what I'm looking at. Have a crummy old rocket go back and forth. Yeah, you look just crap enough for... Oh, crap, no. I'm looking at the wrong thing altogether. Get rid of that. Make a new train. That's what I was looking for. No, let's not cheap out. Get the Fireflies in. Just make sure you're always at maximum capacity. And let's make sure that this warehouse, it's going to need, well, a lot of things for all London here. You can take in the apples. Did I pass by the apples? Oh, the scroll wheel works here. That's nice. Apples, wood, milk, fish. Farms the fish. There's the fish. I guess I could bring in that that meat as well. Alright, good enough. Now, Operation Screw the Rest of the UK in favour of London is in effect. Now, we're getting historical. There we go, I want it like that so I got plenty of space to expand into there. Pay and build, and add a new loco, add a new Firefly. Firefly goes from here to here, and as long as you grab everything, we're good. Now, I don't think London's going to need all this stuff yet, but it will want it eventually. When it's up to 50k, it's going to want that milk, it's going to want that wood, and I'm going to want someone that can promote London. Market Crier is not one of those people though. Increases male and pasture volume by 50%. Yeah, not good enough. The music is forebodingly energetic, like the game knows what's going to happen. The music comes and goes, and it is rather weird in many ways. What I don't know is if connecting up cities with passengers actually increases any of its growth at all. Really don't know, sadly. Did I say you'd take fish? Probably did say you could take fish. Alright then, another wee train station. I have all the money in the world for doing this comparatively, so I don't mind being wasteful at it. I'm curious to see what the game has in store for me after I reach the goal. I wonder if I still have my loans. There we go. It already has apples. I don't need to hook up more apples, but everybody needs barley, so let's bring in the bar. This game really has all sorts of music going for it. It is a little tempting though to bring you together with Norwich and Cambridge. I will do that. I'm not a monster. I'm not going to cut these guys off. I might have no love in my heart for Cambridge, but I don't want to burn it down like San Francisco. Just in case anyone takes that too seriously, I am talking metaphorically. Right, I'm going to need to get over you, which is not nearly as expensive as I thought it might be. Wait, which side did I connect you up to here? the innie. Let's do the outie. And yes, I know I need to sort out signals and all that other pizzazz, but I will get to that afterwards. Norwich, there couldn't be a much better place for a terminal station. Although terminal station is too expensive. I might be made of money here, but I'm not going to continue to be made of money if I just piddle it away like that. There you go, Norwich. Just connect you up, doesn't really matter how. Oh, it does matter if it uses that many bridges. Forget all those bridges. Oh, good lord, forget all those bridges. There we go. Much better. Our new engine can handle a bit of an incline or a decline, so I'm not going to splurge on such things. Okay, great. Do I have anything left that I need to do? Yes, I need to bring you down to the warehouse. Grand. That should feed London with damn near everything it's going to need down the line. So I just need to perfect these signals and set up the trains. Just make sure everything goes the way that the Queen intended. That's not right. That was so not right. These are not meant to be any ways, let alone one ways. I got carried away thinking that I was actually making competent railway networks here. I am doing nothing of the sort. These are just little back and forthies. Unfortunately, the best way I can find to sort that is to delete the entire track, because by pressing Shift and Control, I'm setting signals all the way up and down the track. There we go. This, however, is a double line, so that I do want signaled. Thinking about it, this is a bad way to plug it in, but that's okay. There we go. Anything else I need to worry about other than setting up the trains themselves? I dare say not. And since you guys are together, I can hook you and you up. And of course, you too. I'm going to make sure that Cambridge has a maintenance building. That way Norwich can use it. Is it Norwich? Yeah, it is Norwich up there. And the warehouse, of course, should also have a maintenance building. And now the only thing left is to spend the no money I have making trains for these routes. Although I could also spend my innovation points on something. Ooh, I love mail cars. And I'd also want dining cars, but perhaps I could get something from the other tech screen, which I've barely been using. Retroactively lowers the cost of all successful auctions. Does that mean I can get my money back? From the auctions that I've already won? You gonna give me that? I feel like that didn't do what I wanted it to do. It did not suddenly just give me lots of money. But I know who will give me lots of money. The bank. Give me $1 million. Thank you, but 1 million isn't enough. I want another 1 million. Oh, shoot. Well, there's my 1 million. Thank you. And let's get those trains going. Fireflies all the way. Norwich to Cambridge. Automatic is fine. I'm not so anal at this point that I'm going to set up dedicated passengers and mail runs, especially when I have good trains for doing mixed. Wait, does it say mixed? No, it says good for express. It doesn't matter. Tractive power is so low at this point anyway that I could not care less. I want to be I want to be all stuck up about the whole couldn't care less, could care less thing, but then I heard Bob Ross say I could care less, and I was like, "Ah, how can I be mad when Bob Ross himself is saying it?" And the answer is I couldn't. What a good man. I mean, maybe he's a horrible man and just managed to hide it very well, but it's not what I'm seeing. Okay, the only other thing I'm thinking about is making sure that these things only go when they're full. Is there an easier way to check them? Yeah, I guess I could check on these. Manning estate, make sure you're full. No waypointing. I need to make sure I get off of them first. You also make sure you're full. Oh, you are making sure that you're full. Did I think to do that, or am I just a genius? Oh, I've told a lot of them to go full. Really? I don't remember setting them up to go full. Huh, well, I guess I did. Oh well, very well, get on with it. As I speed it up, oh, Crivens, now you tempt me with a massive connection bonus. Here's your connectivity. Enjoy. And get out of my face. Should have read the fine print. Okay, now London should grow up big and strong on its own, but the real trick will be if I get a promoter. I think it's a promoter, right? Who will massively increase the population there. You're only going 20 kilometers per hour. Why? Why are you so slow? Is this some big incline that I've not noticed? Don't look big at all. Maybe they weren't kidding about the lack of the tractive power of this this vehicle. Or maybe it's steeper than I thought. Well, I'm sure it can manage it. A lot more than the other crummy thing that I had. Right, why would there be no freight for you, and why would you leave if there's no freight for you? Please make sure you're maximumed out for Nottingham. I think I told you not to wait because it's so close by, but I still want you to wait. Shouldn't be a big deal for everyone else. I think it said a 17% incline, Jake. It'll manage. I mean, it's evidently managing it. And it's bringing milk to London. London isn't that thirsty. Hey, see, London growing already. I'm making a huge difference. What a happy looking conductor. Superficiality. Likes creative people, can't stand conscientious ones. What does superficiality mean? Sounds like a word you'd make up for a Disney song. You know, despite the top speed advertised, they really can't pull freight that well. I might have made a bit of a mistake going for... Yeah, they're good for passengers and mail, but far less good for pulling this other stuff. Interesting. Yeah, Christ, look at it. Get out like a bat out of hell if it's going for, There we go, you're doing a lot better when there are more passengers than cider. Interesting. Well, perhaps I've not made the best of choices kitting out all those, freight trains with express engines, but it's still the choice I made. 1 million down the drain? Nah, they're recent enough that I could switch them out quite easily. But, that said... The Jarvis has 36% tractive power, which is double that. You know what, I think I will. I will replace all... You know what, I'll just replace all my trains with it. Why the hell not? It's not like I'm struggling for money. And it's not that much slower, even if I'm pulling only express stuff. Where are my trains at? Here's one. And let's celebrate by actually watching the Jarvis in action. I put all that effort into getting myself the Firefly, and immediately the Jarvis proves to be superior. Get some buildings in London. Yeah, London can have some fancy Oh, it can't. It's already got Big Ben. And I can't seem to destroy Big Ben. Increases the number of people travelling to the city by 20%. Good for London. What was the problem with Firefly? Although the Firefly had a very high top speed, it had very low tractive power, so it couldn't handle inclines and it couldn't handle freight. So it would be great for travelling with mail and passengers over a flat terrain, but the moment it had much incline or it had to pull like freight loads of cider or potatoes, it would struggle. There we go, bring in the dosh. I blew a million like it was burning a hole in my wallet, and I'm not even feeling the consequences. An analyst. Increase or reduce. Okay. Yeah, I'm growing like a weed over the UK here. What's the best place to visit in the UK? Well, I'm incredibly biased, and I will say Edinburgh. I wasn't born in Edinburgh, I wasn't raised in Edinburgh, but I like to think, like a good whiskey, I matured in No, good whiskey's, of course, mature in Speyside, but, this is kind of falling apart. Whatever, I matured in Edinburgh, and I love the city. It is beautiful. If you stand anywhere in Edinburgh, you can see the sprawling hills and landscape in the distance, and that always gave me a sense of being. On top of that, I find the people in Edinburgh to be extremely friendly, compared to the cold, callous people here in Sweden. Cold, callous, spineless doormats of people in Sweden, if you can even call them people. Just thinking of my time in Edinburgh makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Have you visited Land's End? Yeah, I've been to Land's End. It was a long time ago. I wouldn't mind going again. I'll get back to the UK at some point once travel is a bit more freed up. There we go. This warehouse is carrying loads of things that that London can put to use. I probably shouldn't hold the apples here. Well, no, if I hold the apples here, then London can get easy access to them, but I'm not even sure if that's making any difference for it. Come on, London, grow up bigger and stronger so that I can put more things inside of you. May as well speed up. There's not much else worth building up at this point. Neat. Still, a lot of the land is locked out for me. Oh god, we could go to Hereford. Let's not go to Hereford. The, Scotland is completely locked out, though. Same with Ireland. I wonder if the scenario is going to open up to them. Didn't we only start this in 1830? It feels kind of insulting that we're in 1833 and well on our way to a goal that's meant to be done in 1840. I think the campaign is meant to go on until 1850, so I'm left wondering what it has in store for us. Sorry if you're sick of people asking, or you just don't want to talk about it, but why did you decide to... Decide? I want to leave Sweden. I'm actively trying to leave Sweden. But it's not that simple to be travelling around right now. It can be done, but there's a lot of hassle involved. As soon as the hassle is significantly reduced, I'm out of here. I am out of here like greased lightning. The easiest thing that I could do is return to Britain, but that's out of the question. I need to go to somewhere that isn't in Northern Europe. My grand plan is to go and travel Eastern Europe, go and visit Japan, and then figure out where I want to lay down my new roots. Maybe it'll be Hungary, maybe it'll be Croatia, maybe, if it wins me over, I'll go to Japan. Or maybe something really unexpected will happen throughout all that, just anywhere other than Sweden. The thought of getting out of here now, that also warms the heart. Come to Spain. Not unthinkable. but not desirable currently. Come to Spain, is that the new come to Brazil? Oh god, no. No, no, no. You don't live in San Francisco, don't say come to San Francisco, Doc Spangler. You are a Philly man, right? I assumed with all the insults you were throwing at Philadelphia, you were West Philadelphia born and raised. Ooh, 100 inno points, gimme gimme. Which I can waste on something else, like my other deep pockets. Romania has good internet connection for... Yeah, it has to be somewhere with good internet connection. That's something that that I can't skimp on at all. Doesn't have to be completely rural countryside. I'd love to find a small cozy village where people know each other and put down my roots there. That's something that would be pretty great. I am so what's the word? So disenfranchised with city life. Express line in danger. I know there is a faster one available for you, but come on, you need that tractive power. Okay, they're starting to make serious money for me now. Remember at the very start of the campaign where we're just barely eking out 4,000 on our routes? And now they're generally all making decent dosh for us. Some less decent than others. What are you doing? Actually, what the heck are these ones doing? Oh. Oh, they struggle on this route because you don't have the signaling thing, so I need to manually tell them what to do. Well, that blows hard. Keeping my eyes peeled on the personnel in case I get a promoter, because a promoter would thrust London up into the limelight like nobody's business. Right, where was I just looking at? I already managed to forget. Here, it was here. Get out of here. This will delete all train lines, which included as a stop if no new station is constructed. Well, that's fine, because I'm going to construct one. Here's a train station with signaling control. Now, I hear that when this game came out, it didn't have these stations with signaling control, and every single station you wanted to go in, you had to manually set which terminal your trains go to. That sounds like the biggest heap of ass. Oh, here's an even bigger heap of ass, the meat industry in Aberdeen. Oh no, I don't want that. I mean, I want it, but I'm not taking it. Someone's asking why you hate the Swedes. I know how much you love repeating it. Oh my. Yeah, I've spoken so much about why I can't... Hating the Swedes makes it sound so rough, and maybe it's not even the Swedes. I mean, Tyrion's a Swede, and I find him perfectly acceptable. But then I only know him basically through Dom 5, so that could be a bit unfair there. Maybe it's more that I just can't stand Stockholmers, and that's something that other people in Sweden might come to appreciate, because I think if you're a Swede and you're not in Stockholm, you hate Stockholm. That's the general impression I've gotten so far. So maybe my problem isn't with Sweden, but just with Stockholm. But Stockholm's all I've seen of Sweden. No drive to get out of here other than getting out of the country. Right. London. Lest I get too distracted by my feelings towards Swedes. You want tweed, you want wood. Well, you're getting the wood, so that's not a problem. But you also want the beef. And for some reason you're not getting the barley. Did I not set you up with barley? Train is loading. Why are you loading? I am waiting on you to load. What's taking so long? What is going on here? The signals aren't preventing you from doing anything. You're just sitting there claiming you're going to load and not loading. Better just get rid of you and start a new train. And you, Jarvis, because Jarvis seems to know what's up. Manning estate to this where. Oh, that was a problem. I didn't set the warehouse for getting barley. Right. It's all become clear now. There we go. We'll handle that better, and that will improve London's fulfillment of demand. Now, if there's wool anywhere, and there is, right here, I will set London up to actually produce its own weavings, and that way it will have further demand for something and produce a good that it itself demands. That seems like a pretty damn good way of sorting things out. Croc and Hatchet, it doesn't like that at all. Could I snipe that with a large train station? What do you mean, underhanded? Oh well, if I'm going to do the large train station, I'm going to do the large station with signaling controls. So the problem is I can't build over here. It's blocked out, but I still want this industry to feed London. So if I just make myself a large train station with a very large area of effect, I can go and hook myself into there. Oh, I might not be able to do it with signaling controls. It's not the end of the world. No signaling controls isn't going to kill me. Yeah, I got to do it without that. Large train station, like so. There we go. And now I get access to those, because that's just close enough, and then just somehow connect you up to here. Can I get under that? Probably not. Can I go way over that? Well, if I want to be that greedy, I guess I can. It's going to cost me an arm and a leg, but it's okay, it's the bank's money. Oops. %6 incline isn't that much, right? Looking good. And this is something that Jarvis can handle with its impressive tractive power. Go to London, always make sure you bring the maximum amount of wool, and we're set. We're very set, even. Oxford's still not growing. These poor other cities are so neglected. But that's alright, they will be neglected because London must grow. Must grow into the horror show. Come on, Jarvis, you can do it. 9 kilometers per hour up this incline with freight. It's okay, the demand for wool isn't so high that this is going to pose a problem. And it's going to speed up like nobody's business. I'm going to watch it going the other way. Watching the trains is so much fun. Maybe there are people out there that don't enjoy watching this kind of view on a train, but they're not people worth knowing. That spaghetti mess I showed you yesterday was a 3.5% gradient. Well, this is 6%, and it's doing just fine. We unloaded all the wool, and now... I wonder if they thought about having a more realistic way for turning your trains around. It was probably a heavy blow to the ego to decide to make it a snap 180 teleportation, but well, one of the least enjoyable things in Factorio trains is when you have a terminal for the train and you have to make it curve all the way around. I can totally see why people do trains that can go in either direction, as in they have a locomotive on the front and the back. But that seems like a heavy price to pay for it all. They need to give more space to the stations, and the stations are already massive. Very true. Oh, they wrap up the wool in some kind of packaging. Oh, it's going to be a while before you take off, isn't it? Because although... Oh, there isn't even much wool here. The production is slow. Well, as long as I can take it. And now that London has all that wool, it's producing all of the tweed that they could ever need. And I myself make profit off of that. I want to go and check how profitable one of my old tweed factories was. Wait, I own both the tweed. Oh, baby. I paid through the nose for it, and it has double that value right onto my lap. But I also bought up the clothes shop, and it's made about half of that, but I bought it much later, and the demand for clothes is really low. It's called bales, Jake. Like a hay bale. I see. Connection bonus. Jeez. I don't really want to. Waiting for a clear route? Why? What's so unclear about your route? Are you telling me I made multiple of these? What do you even do? You're the O'Neill Ranch. But you're the O'Neill Ranch. Bye-bye, O'Neill Ranch. Hello, connectivity bonus. Goodbye, connectivity bonus. There really needs to be something to stop me from doing that in the game. I'm actually feeling bad about it now. I felt good about it earlier because there was so little money that I couldn't do much with it. But it also feels bad not to exploit it. What's a man to do? Big train stations have railway turntables. Just assume that that's the way they do it. Okay, I can accept that there's a railway turntable inside this TARDIS of a station piece there. Nice. Oh, it's all so very nice. Oh, I do want more new applicants. That might get me the town crier. No, not that. The promoter. I'll be honest with you, though. It's a bit of a drag waiting for London to hit 100k. In fact, I would say this scenario on the whole is a bit of a drag. Apart from the fairly skimpy starting funds, there hasn't really been anything to it. It's very slowly opening up the area to you. Each of the areas are pretty easy to deal with. Everything's just... I mean, I came into this knowing that I probably wouldn't be too impressed with any of the scenario play in this game because gaming minds have previously not made interesting scenarios, but this is accelerating my desire to just get on with the perfect Hansa 2.0. It's not one of the better ones in my honest opinion. Well, thank goodness Great Britain lost the vote against Germany then. Well, actually, this would probably be fine to work with if we were doing this as a free play. There are definitely more tasks that we're going to be given once London hits 100k. But I think I've made very rapid progress here. It's 1834, and we're already cruising our way to 100k on London. It's just waiting for it to happen. Can we not get London to grow harder? We have London at 91% fulfillment. Look at that population go. It could only go up faster if I had the person that promoted. Sadly, I don't. Unless there's research that grows places faster, but I wouldn't know. Experience... Bandits, saboteurs, and spies? The promoter, though, would grow London fantastically fast. Like, thrice as fast as what you see here. Just a case of waiting for it to happen. Oh, bad condition? Ah, when I built up Leeds, I did not give it its new maintenance building. That was my bad. which means I probably didn't give Nottingham one either. There you go. Yeah, if you see Promoter up here, just scream at me to go and get them, because they are going to make London grow fantastically fast. When was Big Ben built? Can you use the Headhunter to get a promoter? Ooh, didn't consider that now, did we? Headhunter, get me a... Nope, they don't get the freelancers, they only get the proper workers. Right, you know what, I could do with a surveyor. Although they probably won't find any because there's... although the AIs exist, they don't have anything on the map. Which makes me wonder why they exist. Oh wait, the Headhunter failed, but I got a surveyor anyway? A level 4 surveyor, wow. But surveyor only seems to do the tunnel stuff, and we don't care about the tunnels. So, too bad. Oh, there's also a spy. Get spying for me. Spy seems so powerful. Big Ben was done in 1859. Well, thanks to my railroads, it got done even faster. Newcastle... Sorry, Newcastle, but I can't even build there. The cow catcher. What does that do for us? Oh, the power. I don't know if that's a 5% multiplicative or additive, but power is power. Power is indeed power. Actually, I can check that. We had one that was 18% tractive power, the Firefly. It's still 18% tractive power, so I wonder how that 5% works, because it doesn't appear to be showing up there. Ah. Missing supply towers along the way here. They already had one there. That's superfluous. Your company has received blackmail. One of your sheep's wool companies. Pay? Yeah, why not? I need that wool. I would never normally like to pay up, but gotta give London all of its everything. Some say reckless railroad mogul Jake was responsible for the fire. Oh, the time does move on Big Ben. Does it move faster at 2x speed? No, I don't think it does. But London continues to grow. At 90k we can get its third and final industry. Does anybody know the size limit of cities in this game? How big do they go? Also, can I truly get London higher? Because it's not like I'm giving them clothing or lumber or whiskey. They're at 77 now, but that's going to go down, and they only grow much if it's above 60%. Well, I suppose I could give them whiskey. I could give them a new industry that would provide them with one of the things that they're after. No hard limit on population, but the max level at 120k. So what's the... No limit, the demand grows until you can't give it mire, by which I assume you mean more. Oh boy, that excites and intimidates me in equal measure. Are you saying that we could have London be like this big if, I don't know, we maxed out all the industries and just kept feeding and feeding it? Because that's what I'm hearing. The thing is, in Patrician 4, there were definite limits to how many people you could shove into a city. Because you had to physically build a house for every 100 people. And I think even the biggest ones couldn't go above 740 houses. And of course you needed a business for every house. And then you needed things like wells and chapels and all sorts. That's why I could determine what a perfect Hansa was, because I could figure out the size limit on each place, reach that, and calculate production accordingly. If this game is more fuzzy, then that's going to introduce some interesting questions. by which I wouldn't look towards what consumption is, but I would look towards production maxes. So I'd have to look and count every individual business and see how high it can go. Fascinating. By the way, how much... okay, consumption of tweed is okay-ish. But I think I'm going to expand the industry. And then I'm going to expand you. Oh, Christ, I can't expand you. But can I buy you? Huh. Oh, well, how about that? Kind of wish I'd bought it before this, but now I can own something that's inside Terra Incognita. Yoink. Anyway, I wanted to expand you. Oh, you already were expanded. Oh, crumbs. But this is how I can answer one of my questions. What level do you go up to? 8 cartloads. No, that's decreasing the size. Oh, that's as big as it gets. They go up to level 5 for 8. So I assume they go up to 10 times their production, or 10 times their standard production. Can you buy out your competitors? Sadly, that doesn't seem to be an option here. Yeah, this is not currently available. But look at their pathetic size. I could buy and sell their sorry asses. We just need London to grow. I'm going to see what comes up, but if it looks like it's going to be another slog of a thing to do, like, I don't know, build up Aberdeen to 100,000 people, I'm just going to say screw it, let's get on with the perfect Hansa, because this was fun for a bit, but now it's gotten to like, okay, there's no real incentive to grow up bigger, I can't go to half of the map still, and it's just waiting. If this was free play, I'd already have invested the millions into expanding the network. And I'd like it. Construction cost sounds nice, but... oh, you also do the same. Quirky. Oh, that's right, you don't have operational supplies either. Don't worry, I can fix you right up. Somehow. Okay, there you go. How's that for a place to get what you need? Oh god. There we go. Found a last spurt of energy to go and get watered up. Oh god, London stopped growing. That's a problem. Why? London needs something else. Coal, eel pie, paper, dairy products. Oh boy, which of these things can I get them? What is that? That's cement. Do I get you beef, by the way? No, I could get you beef, and there is beef right there. As in bully beef and chips. Do you want salt? Or was salt a 90,000 thing? Yes, so salt's a 110 thing. Here's the coal. If you really want coal, I can bring you coal. Warehouse has no space for coal, so I just shove it into your main artery. There's beef at Norwich too. There is beef at Norwich. And that would be an easy thing to shove up here on a dual line. Alright, the beef is much easier to bring in. We're playing this real sloppy now. The operation is to get London up to 100,000 and I won't hear anything about it. There we go. New train, new loco, the Jarvis. Jarvis, go from the ranch to London and only go if you're completely full. Well, pop pop. But while we're at it, let's bring in some coal as well. Because I don't want London just to squeak by to 90k and then stop again. Coal should help out with that. There we go. Do you inherit the signals from it? Of course you do. But it would be very prudent to give you additional signals. Tell me I did those the right way around. I, of course, did not. There we go. And I believe there was a supply tower along the way. Yeah, I knew I was right to believe. There you go. That's just a random breakdown those happen. So another new Jarvis. Going from the coal mines down to London. Grab every last drop of coal you can. So we got the beef, we got the coal. Is there anything else we could reasonably bring in for old Landon here? Eel pie, crikey. I could make them produce their own clothes, given they already have tweed available, and that might be a good idea. But I'll only do that once it hits 60k, and it's not going to hit that unless I bring that fulfillment back up. Headhunter. You're just going to fail me like all the others. Apples and pears. London has apples. There we go. Has a lot of stuff, honestly. Well-supplied city. But it needs yet more. Definitely get coal to London so they can start producing what they're best at. Smog. Okay, so first time I remember being in London, when I came out of there, I was sneezing up black for about a week. I was really enjoying riding the London Underground, but when I came back from it, it's like, oh, okay, you breathe in all this horrible soot and it just coats your lungs. Oh, boy. Interesting, but disgusting. The tube. However that song goes, London Underground. Can't honestly sing much more of that. Get one more innovation point per month. It's going to take 200 months to pay off. Right, London's growing once again. As soon as it hits 90k, I'm going to give them some stylish outfits unless something else appears to be a better option.
You left quite an impression with your success. At all places where canals and horse-drawn vehicles have faced their boundaries, small railway businesses are being founded at the moment.
I am pretty good, haven't I? Now, London, what do we do with you? With all the stuff we've got... Yeah, I could make you a bakery to get all those eel pies. I could make you some... No, I would need sawmills. But eel pies sounds pretty good. Eel pies or clothing? Eel pies just speaks to me. I'm just thinking of all the people that this must disgust. There we go. 1.2 eel pies from a little bit of grain and a little bit of fish. And we have access to barley here. How much barley? No barley. Why no barley? Where's my barley? Manning Estate. What's with the lack of barley? Is it just that London eats so much barley that it's, Yeah, London just eats way too much barley. That's a problem, because I only made this a single line. Well, time to make it less of a problem. What do I do? Just bring you all the way down here? I guess. Why not? There you go. Even more of the stuff. God, that entire route makes no sense. I'm being so lazy with this. I want you to go that way and come this way. You gonna take that? You should actually. That should get you all the way there. And then this one I can dupe and dupe again. London's going to be damn hungry for grain, and that should take care of it. And they'll have all the eel pies they could ever want. The game doesn't consider eel pies to be food either, really? Is there a way to check if something is considered food or not? I mean, they evidently consume it, and they consume it at the rate of most food and drink. Come to think of it, are they going to want additional fish? How are you on your fish supplies? Pretty good on the fish, so I'm not worried about that. Wait, come to think of it. Yeah, there we go. It does go into the warehouse. Good. So the warehouse should be getting barley, but doesn't appear to be. You should definitely be taking in more barley.
I wouldn't have dared to dream about it. Slowly, quite a railway mania is going on, and new businesses spring up like mushrooms. I would like to articulate my explicit recommendation to get rid of your new direct competition, as long as it is still possible. If you address this too late, it could happen that your company might not withstand this turbulent pioneer stage. The order books of my engine works in Newcastle are bursting at the seams. And as if it would not be difficult enough to find decent employees now, my materials are running low. I would really appreciate it if you could finally liberate my work from canals and streets and deliver the required goods with the railway. The last years have been really savage. I don't even know whether I'm coming or going. All over the world, new railways pop up, and my advice is needed everywhere.
I'm not saying it's a bad northern accent, but I'd say it's a pretty agreeable northern accent. Okay, buy Don McLeod's company. Oh, that sounds difficult. I mean, he's 23 million. Good lord, they've made these guys incredibly expensive. I'm worth more, of course, but buying him out is going to be quite tricky. I could just shove all my money into it and get him eventually. But good lord, that price. I wonder if I could liquidate everything I have and just buy him out. I'm unsure if that would work. The total cost would be 32 million. Scary stuff. Yeah, these competitors suddenly popped up with a huge amount, haven't they? I don't suppose I have somebody that drops the cost of their... Oh, I can reduce the share price of a company. Well then, I can go to my good friend Don McLeod. I can sell all those shares that I bought. Don't know if I'm making a profit or a loss on it. And then I can hire the... What does Mediator do? Auctions. Forget that. Don McLeod... decrease. Now, does that work immediately? If I go to Don McLeod, if I bought back the same amount, oh, it's much. Oh my days, buying him up is now very cheap. Well, time to go to the bank and buy every little bit of bonding that I can. Give me... Oh, maximum value, my foot. Don McLeod, I shall buy everything I can of you right now, whilst it's really cheap.
You don't have to merge with a company necessarily. If you hold all shares of a company, it will not get in your way anymore. Instead, you will gain a regular return.
Hang on, I swear it said I had a new accountant available. Ah, I had to scroll down for it. But I've already got a fairly decent accountant, don't I? 36% reduction in costs, nice. Surely owning half should be enough. No, you need 100% buy out a company, and you can't defensively buy anything in this game, sadly. So, I would love to get more of these kinds of people, and I think there was the ability to get more shady folks, but I'm going to need 200 points for that, and I'm not getting 200 points for that. That's alright, I make plenty of money, I just kind of need to sit back and let it pile up. In fact, I can even look at my value compared to everybody else's. Just keep buying those shares whilst they're still relatively cheapo. Actually, I'm not sure they're so cheapo anymore. 1 share is now quite a bit more. Where have we seen this before? Have you looked into replacing the names in the game with chatties? There's far too few names in this game to even replace. There's like, what, five characters in the game? Wouldn't make sense. Are there mods for this? I don't think so. And if there are mods for this game, they're hidden on some German website somewhere. It doesn't have Steam Workshop or anything of the like. I didn't expect it to spawn the AIs with such massive company value. They clearly don't have that value, so I think they're artificially inflated, maybe with a massive budget. Deliver 50 loads of steel. I don't think so. That sounds very optional. We're going to buy out MacLeo and call it a day. Which is kind of disappointingly easy to do. We just have to wait for the money to pile up. Because we make outrageous money. And we could make lots more outrageous money, but the fact that this scenario is going to be over as soon as we buy him out doesn't really inspire me to build up too much more. My only concern is if he starts growing massively, but he's really not. In fact, he's going down a touch there. No antitrust laws yet. I wonder if at this point it would be more valuable to me to inflate Don McLeod's share price, sell my shares, wait for it to normalize, and buy them back, rather than have them go down. Because if they go down, I can't make much use of that, but if they go up, I can make tremendous use of that. Just, the money I can make. And I'm all about making money. Why is Dawn MacLeod called Queen of the Rails? You bring up a questionable point. Wait, it does have workshop support? Well, whilst the game is running, I need to go and look at that. It must have passed me by. Ah, there we go. There's the workshop button. American Super Trains, USA 100 mil, America Fool? America Fool? Are there custom maps? The Fool American map. No tasks, nothing's been changed. But no screenshot of it. Well, that's a real piece of work. Show me the most popular of all time. Fallout Rails. Österreich, Austria, Freispiel? Oh, I think it's an Austrian language pack. Interesting. New locomotives reduced by 15%. I could take advantage of that. Trisha Jones will buy you all out here, folks. So now...
Say, are you a bit slow? I have already bid.
Didn't I win that bid? I'm pretty sure I can replace all my Jarvises with other Jarvises and have it be cheaper now. Oh, I guess I'm wrong. Oh well. Oh, somebody's actually bought 18% of my shares. It was him. Makes sense, I've been stealing all of his stuff all along. Spies. I think these shares are definitely getting pricier, but I own most of them by now. Can the AI buy you out entirely? I don't know. Haven't had that happen before. I'd like to think I'm so expensive these people can't afford it. But yeah, they really suddenly spawned the competition. Interesting, but I have everything set up so well here. Well, I say so well. It could definitely be better, but it could certainly be worse. Those eel pies are selling like crazy over in London, which is 2 steps away from maximum size, I think. Connection bonus. Well, who am I to turn down $500,000? Give and goodbye. And this will immediately be put into more shares.
There are ways and means to influence stock prices. A quite useful employee just applied regarding that matter. Sure enough, this is up to you, if you want to resort to such practices.
I do, I really do. Give me the money to buy her, and I'll see what I can do about this. Right, now here's the question. How much can I sell those shares for right now? I can sell all my shares for 13.5 million. Now, if I bring in an analyst, and that analyst inflates Don McLeod's prices. By the way, this does wear off, right? It better wear off. Anyway, increase the share. I've forgotten what my shares are worth now. I need to compare this. 13,498. Can someone type that in chat, please? 13,498, and then I'll compare it to this. 13 mil isn't close enough. 13,498. Thank you. Now we'll increase the price of Don McLeod. Now will I instantly benefit from this or not? Ha 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 ha! Holy moly! It would be worth having a company completely bought out just to use the analyst over and over again and multiply your money, rather than liquidating them. Holy matrimony. Well, thanks for the dosh. How long until that normalizes? It does normalize, right? I'm not paying for anything here. How much to buy 77% now? The same price, so surely it'll normalize at some point. Surely it'll normalize at some point. I am just assuming that it will normalize. It better. God, imagine if it doesn't. Then I'm going to be out of pocket big time. Spy, spy, headhunter. Give it a couple of months, Jake. I am giving it a couple of months.
What can I do if your employees can't resist my candy?
Your candy. I think you stole one of my office personnel. Also, I'm being bought out myself here.
You really should pay more attention to the maintenance of your locomotives.
I'm actually losing out a bit here. I really need that price to normalize. You'll get another advisor who will lower the share prices again. Yeah, that would be nice. So I just need to keep my eye out for that. Getting the recruitment person would be pretty useful. Wait, bandits, saboteurs, and spies doesn't include...
A little investment in your company's stocks can't harm anyone, can it?
I'm getting really bought up by others. It's only got 30%
My spy
public float.
informed me that you need to urgently clean up your research department. Those secret construction plans are lying all over the place.
You know, I should probably save before I get game overed here, in case they can buy me out. I haven't made a save on this at all. Yeah, see, this is why I like to buy out and crush my opponents as soon as possible, because they yammer on and on. Although I am playing on speed up mode here. Someone in chat said they can buy you out. Sweet, but it is split between the bunch of them, so I think they'd have to buy each other out a bit. The price of Don McLeod is not going down, though. I'm going to need another analyst to bring him down, and then I can buy him out of business. They learned Jake's trick. Yeah, I got tons of cash on me, but it's no good if I can't buy somebody out. Well, his price has gone down a bit, but nowhere near enough to buy all that out. I need for it to normalize, or I need to grab myself another another individual who'll bring them down. McLeod. Painful. Of course it is. People don't come here to feel good. Yeah, they haven't really gone down at all. Maybe the effect is permanent. A market crier? Okay, no, that's not stock market crier. Pay back loans so you're not waiting on interest and stuff.
Your company's stocks can't harm anyone, can it?
Whatever. Pay the penalty interest. Probably not as bad as paying anything else. And if I really need a cash influx, I can get out lots of that. Inventor. Yeah, sure, I'll take the innovation points. Interesting, though. I definitely made money selling off those stocks, but they really don't feel like they've normalized. In fact, I can't even buy the... Oh, right, no, of course I paid back my loan, so I can't buy back so much. But I think I'm going to need the character, the analyst. It's alright, though. I can wait as long as need be. Roger Smith is buying everything up. Yeah, there's no public float here, but he'd have to buy out all of this stuff as well, and I'm not sure if the AI can buy each other's stocks. In fact, do they buy their own? Do they buy each other's or just yours? I wonder how that works. Well, just put my feet up and waiting for an analyst. Once I have an analyst, I have victory. And if it looks like I'm in danger, then I'm going to have to buy up as much as I can with loans. Oh, get the shady recruitment, see if that'll get me the analyst. If they can buy your shares, I assume they can buy each other's. Yeah, but they're not buying each other's, so I'm wondering how it works. They can certainly make some hideous railway networks, though. Bonus for new industry. Well, I can't put an industry there, can I? Yeah, because I don't have a train system there. A train station, rather. Could probably build one and build the industry, but blah to that. Analysts seem extremely powerful. More than any of these other things, so I'm left wondering if they limit the analysts here. Oh yeah, we're wrapping up here, Maharaja. I'm just waiting for enough money to buy out the big Don here. He's an expensive bugger, and I'm a little bit shy of it, but if I got an analyst, that would be game, set, and match. Money's growing, but it could be growing faster. There, eat your connection. And then say goodbye to your precious connection. This is always the least fun part of a run when you've already won. The game just needs to agree. Yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to free play mode, where there's not going to be this moment. There will always be more growth to be done for gross Germany. Okay, so at least I've come to understand something. I thought that when you inflate the market price of some shares that it would deflate after a while, but I was completely wrong. Invest in a competitor, so at least your money grows. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't really care about that. But I still want that analyst. You're too expensive to be worth it. Just gotta be hawk-eyed and keep my eyes open for if an analyst appears. Oh, I should also keep an eye on my own company in case it's been bought out by one individual, but it seems fairly split between them. That's not a big deal. Whoa, suddenly his company value has shrunk. Like, quite a lot, but buying his shares has become more expensive. How strange. 9 million for it. You know what, if we're going that way, I might as well take out a loan to do it. Got worried there, like what if all my stocks suddenly became a whole lot less valuable? Give me as much of Don McLeod as you can. Which is almost all of him.
I simply love Doc McTasty's extra creamy cream confections.
Promoter is close, but... Well, promoter is good, but not when I'm trying to buy somebody out. I'm really unsure about how this stock market thing works. I mean, I'm pretty sure the company value for everyone actually has plummeted. This guy used to be company value 23 million, and yet his share price just seems to be going up and up. Well, trending up in general. So, I need to look into how that works. It's in part due to all these auctions. You were at 44 million. Really? Well, something was inflated then. What did I get there? Professor. No, we don't like... Actually, how much money can that professor give me? Because at this point, money is king for me. They'll give me 500,000 for my points. Okay. Take it. I need that money, and I need those shares. Or more, and we've got them. It might be that final shares are more expensive. Nah, I doubt that. All these auctions and things. I hope free play isn't choked to the brim. Actually, it might get a bit exciting. If we all start out like this in free play and I don't just instantly buy them out, it is going to put a bit of pressure on me, especially if they expand like this. Put pressure on me to actually reach out and do the supply. I'm kind of looking forward to that. You make a compelling point game. I am excited by that. Okay, well that answers it. You can buy each other's... they do buy each other's shares. How the heck do I get Don McLeod's shares then? Oh, I think I have to do a merger. Oh, then I have to... Let's see. I could buy up the extra shares with a markup of 50%, so her buying 4% has insured them to a heavy degree. It's alright though, I can take care of that. You can choose to have 0 rivals in free play. Now I want there to be rivals, even if I hate their guts. It'll give me good motivation to go and kill them. And if I can't kill them, then them constantly rattling onto me is going to be good punishment for me not playing well enough to destroy them. Good lord, what the hell is this? One big choke point for everything. And this is my competition.
Oh dear. There seems to be a little problem with one of your locomotives.
That is gonna get so old so fast. Just remember to get a Jake Chat voice mod for the clips first. It'll make free play much more enjoyable. I tried, but the file system for this game is not really good for that at all. Alright, merge time. Liquidate. Wow. Wow, we will not get a lot out of that, will we? Oh, liquidate everything. We still don't get a lot out of that.
Excellent. That one will not bother you again. Recently, the government in London has expressed a desire to connect Scotland industrial centres with the centres of England. They are actually debating about whether or not the railway should be nationalised. To avoid such an interference, you should attempt to establish a connection up north instantly.
Oh, Christ. Right, now we're done here. We are so done here. These well, this is the only scenario we've played, but man, does it drag. I win. Out we go. I didn't save there, did I? Well, it matters not. Okay, unless somebody comes to me screaming at the top of their lugs that some of these other scenarios are somehow really, really good, then I just want to go straight to the free play mode. Let's get a little taster of it right now. Germany and surrounding areas, the full 100 years. Initial capital, we'll have the lowest amount, just 1 million. It felt a little stifling in Britain, but I feel like that's the way we should do it. We should start in Danzig, it just feels right. It feels more like we should be conquering... No, uniting Germany. Yes, yes. One nation, one hairline. 3 competitors, normal competitors. You can make them harder, but it just gives them money and lower costs, and I don't like that kind of cheating. Realistic, pause whenever. We'll turn on the snowfall. Territories, huh? No. Travelers, also no. Ooh. Difficulty of tasks. I'll have to check that out. Let's look at what Trainiac ones are. Income, regular. Just keep things on missionary. No point in it. Oh, you can disable the AI stealing your staff. To be fair, that is really annoying, but the annoyance is part of it. Mergers, wow, you could turn off refunds? Grim. Mergers of railroad companies will be deactivated. Okay. You'd have to buy your way into new areas of Germany with territories. Well, you know what? Let's look at it. Turn it on.
Together, we shall conquer.
I will almost certainly be playing as the engineer.
What was I saying?
Upgrading businesses costs a lot and they're already very expensive. Repairs being slow is also But free maintenance buildings and making locomotive engines 70% cheaper? Yeah, I think I'll be having that. So, this isn't the actual run, by the way. I'm just having...
According to my calculations, time is highly important.
Alright, come on, smarty pants. Danzig is awfully far away from the contour lines that is the Alps. Well, we'll be getting to the Alps eventually.
You have 3 competitors in this region, so it's not going to be easy. Don't waste any time and stick to your list of tasks.
Oh, whoa, we've got nothing to play with here. Elbing, Danzig, and Thorn. Oh, and Bromberg. But otherwise, we can't expand. If we wanted to expand, we'd have to go to this territory and buy East Prussia somehow? Oh, there we go. The buy area thing. I don't think I'm so keen on this. It feels a little too stifling. I've not tried it, but I have to make a call on it, and my gut reaction is ugh. Because I was feeling really when I was limited on my expansion within the UK map, and this is just sunk cost right there. Besides, why would we want to limit our expanse down into glorious German Alps? I'm not completely settled on Danzig, but I think I want to go Danzig. And I'm keen to see how much of an impact this snow has. It'd be nice to see the map change over time. But I think what I plan to do is raise Berlin entirely. Oh, that's right. How are the competitors here? We can't really cheekily buy them out, can we? Well, yes and no. They don't seem that expensive to buy out. The bank doesn't quite give us enough Dutch marks with which to do it. But I bet if we were really aggressive, we could kill one of them early. Maybe I should just re-roll until I don't have Pomp. So close and yet so far. Interesting. There's a new button up at the top right. Yes, that's the territory thing there. I'm interested in these Trainiac tasks. 8 years to achieve a balance of twice of what we had to have on... Oh, I understand now. It's not talking about an average of 5 trains. It's talking about 5 trains that have at least that. I see. 16 rural stations, 32 stations? Produce wheat beer. That should be easy. Buy up shit. This looks better. This looks more hardcore. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of that, and I'm going to check what non-Trainiac ones look like. Yeah, they do give us tons of time for it. Gross Germany. Let's try you out with the same settings, but not Trainiac and not territories. Manual, snowfall, regular.
Are you a man or...
Well,
How?
The business plan!
It remembers.
I know I had it here somewhere.
Time goes 4 times faster in a 100-year game. Really? Scary.
Your company has just been founded, your
Oh,
startup
yeah,
capital
it feels like it's
transferred,
going a
and
lot
your list
faster.
of tasks created. But beware of your 3 opponents.
That's cool, though. And then there's this. Okay, wow. That gives us a lot of time to do very easy things. But again, if time passes so much faster, then... Okay. We're just going to do the... we're going to get started on the Perfect Hansa on our next Railway Empire stream. I'd hope that the scenarios would be more enjoyable. And having checked one of them, I'm going to judge the rest of them on that. It just... it failed to win me over there. And it's not just based on that one thing. It felt like it dragged on with certain tasks that you can't speed up, and the campaign did the same thing. So I'm not won over there. This, however, this excites me greatly. When I did the Perfect Hansa for Patrician, the whole run was about 100 hours long, but you could easily fit another 25 hours of the sheer time I spent agonizing over spreadsheets and calculating optimum growth for the entire Hansa. I don't have all the information about how that works in this game, but if I'm ever going to find out, it's going to be during this. There are how many cities? 59 cities in gross Germany here. I will own all of them. I will grow all of them to their maximum size, whatever that is, and somebody has excited me by saying there is no maximum size, only as much as you can fulfill with production. Oh, getting all hot under the collar just thinking about it. So that is the long part of this long play, and it's going to start on our next episode of Railway Empire, which sadly I think isn't going to be until next week. I'd like to think I could squeeze some more in, but where I would, I just don't know. I'll figure it out. Anyway, until I'm back with more of that, it's a cheers from me, and a cheerio.